You guys are live. You're live.
So we should start talking. I keep hearing something, and I thought it was the stream. Sorry, I muted the stream. Sorry. Okay, I have another stream in the background from Lechečka Oželiesim, and that's why I didn't realize what's going on. Okay, now we're ready. Hello, viewers. Hello, Isabel.
Hey, Damien. How are you?
Great, I'm fine. I actually took a plane from John's to my beautiful house last night. It was terrible. The airport, not the airport that I was leaving from, so not Cologne, but the airport in Gdańsk was closed off for like a few hours. We had to wait for three of them. Some planes were like directed to another airports, but I landed fine. I was home at 2 a.m. Just in time to watch Świątek Rybakina. It was just I came back home and I put on the TV. I turned on the not a TV. I don't have a TV, but Anyway, we're watching Tsitsipas Sinner, or maybe you want to talk about the results so far. Have you been able to watch anything?
Yeah, pretty much all day.
Oh,
I mean, I'm unemployed, so yeah, I got to watch the Rybakina and Swiatek match, which was much shorter than I anticipated. I was kind of disappointed with Iga's performance. Also got to watch Seb Korda and her catch. Sorry that all the Polish players are out.
no. That just wasn't a good watch. That was my reaction. Hurkacz,
Yeah.
no, the Hurkacz pronunciation was fine. The match was awful, and that's why I made that. Honestly, not surprised about Świątek at all. We were talking about it on the stream yesterday, and I think even a couple days ago, and I was just kept saying that 100% Rybakina wins this one, never in doubt. I do not understand why Świątek was that big a favorite there. I think it's just a big it's still even though we I mean hardcore tennis fans, let's say, or even tennis fans as a whole, of course, know that Rybakina won Wimbledon, know how well she played there. I think for many people still like the ranking, the fact that she's 25th or whatever she is right now, I think it still sort of plays a role in how they perceive a match. And it's incredibly it was incredibly weird for me to see that people actually thought that Świątek was going to beat someone who's like probably the worst matchup for her on the tour besides Garcia. Maybe there's probably not really anyone else who would just kill herself like that, then serve incredibly well herself. I think Rybakina could have played like 20% worse and still would have won probably. Ostapenko Gofos was a little more surprising, just the fact that she delivered, I guess. Even though we all know that she has that sort of level. Nick, hello. We've been talking about just
Hello.
the results from last night. Actually, Isabel was able to watch everything because she's unemployed. Are you unemployed?
No, Nick has a job.
Oh.
Oh, I thought you were talking to Isabel. I thought you were checking with Isabel.
No. She said she is. So
I'm
asking
jobless.
you, and then if you,
Yeah,
then I'm asking
I
you
have a job. That's why you don't see me very often.
Okay. All right. So, have you been able to watch anything?
No, I wanted to, and then just went to bed too late, and I realised that if I was going to get up for this, get up because I've got stuff to do today, I probably wasn't going to make it. So I did wake up at 3:30, check the score in the hope it was still going, and Iga Elena match was still going, and obviously it wasn't by that point. I think it had just finished. Yeah, so I checked that score, caught the end of Goff Ostapenko, then went back to sleep. And then this morning I've woken up, watched the second set of Pegula against Krejcikova, and then the end tiebreak of Lechečka or Jannik. So I've actually probably missed the best match, which was her catch Korda.
It was really good.
What? What are you guys talking about? Every single set was lopsided. in every single set, the player who lost it played like awful tennis. The dramatic 10-point tiebreak was, the level was off as well. I mean, there was some drama, of course. Yeah, that was really good.
There was some
I'm-
like good moments. It wasn't all lopsided. Not the whole time.
Yeah, I'm the kind of tennis fan who cares just as much about drama, if not
But
more
there
about
wasn't
drama.
even any drama until the deciding set tiebreak. There wasn't any drama. That's literally like you could have turned on your TV at when they were starting the tiebreaker, and you would have seen all the drama from that match.
5 sets is 5 sets. Fifth set is enough drama in itself.
Not if the losing player only gets to 3 games. Anyway, I think we're starting the match between
I think
Tsitsipas
you're
and
just
Sinner.
bitter about the result, Damien.
No. I legit don't care. I actually wanted Rybakina over Świątek, 100%. Hurkacz Korda, I don't think I cared either way. But no, I can't get excited about either. I think most of the time, at least, I will be rooting for Magdalinette against Garcia. That's that's at least like a more of an underdog story. That she's here. Anyway, maybe you guys have some last minute thoughts before Tsitsipas Sinner. It's actually the second point already on my screen. I don't know how advanced in the match you are.
I don't really have any
points.
thoughts. I don't have any thoughts on the matches from today. I enjoyed the quarter match. I'm happy with the outcome. That's about it.
Nick, any last minute thoughts maybe about the Tsitsipas Sinner match, as we like sort of, just imagine you haven't just seen the first 2 points.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be a good contest. I think Tsitsipas is the heavy favourite, but I'm hoping Sinner can make at least either get a set or make it a close 3-setter. So hopefully we're in for a good one. Of the Tsitsipas wins that with an excellent forehand drop shot.
Yeah, I think last year, before their match, which was quarterfinal back then, I think. Yeah. Everyone was expecting for it to be like a close fight. We had Tsitsipas dropping 2 sets to Fritz in the 4th round, and then it just wasn't. And I think that sort of shifted the expectations so much that right now I think we're even maybe underrating Sinner a bit. And that comes from me, who usually is the guy who says, "No, Sinner isn't that good." So, yeah, I think he can keep it close. For at least some parts of the match. We've seen Tsitsipas basically not struggle at all in this event, which maybe also could prove fatal at some point. Just not being able to respond to any pressure if it arrives. Well, right now we've got 2 breakpoints for Tsitsipas in the opening game.
Yeah, I think that could definitely rear its head. If it doesn't happen in this match, then dealing with high pressure from an opponent who's playing really well of like good quality. So maybe whoever he plays in the probably maybe in the semi-final, most likely in the final, he might be particularly if it's Novak Djokovic, he might be a bit more unprepared for whatever Djokovic has for him. Tsitsipas breaks in the opening game of the match. Looking good for the Greeks so far. Why did you sign up for this match, Isabel?
Sorry?
Why did you sign up for this match, Isabel? I heard that sigh.
Well, I didn't see much of last night because I decided to take the night off and sleep. So I thought I'll stay up for this one. Might as well do the stream. But I don't know that I could sit through another 5-setter, and I don't really expect Sinner to. I expect this to be 3 sets. The way that Tsitsipas has been playing and the way that Sinner has been playing, statistically, I think Tsitsipas is going to win in 3. And especially given this first game, I don't think Sinner has a chance.
Tsitsipas has been looking so good this tournament and during the United Cup as well. I think he went unbeaten despite the best efforts of Borna Coric and Matteo Berrettini.
I'd be
there were some
happy
nervy
to be
moments,
proven
though.
wrong.
No, I just wanted to say that there were some nervy moments in that Coric match for sure. He did seem to have a bit of a mental block with playing Coric for sure. Dimitrov also a first set tiebreaker, I think. But yeah, so far it's been just free flowing in this event. There was this weird set against Alice in the opening round where it went to a tiebreak, but not in the way that you would usually expect for a set from Tsitsipas and Alice to go to a tiebreak. So definitely not 12 service breaks, 12 service holds.
Okay, interesting. Oh, Tsitsipas shanks a forehand. He usually shanks a backhand, but he shanks the forehand. Thank you, Sport and Politics. Joining the enjoying the tennis drama bandwagon. Yes, Tsitsipas shanks a forehand where you normally expect him to shank a backhand. He's love 30 down in his opening service game. That's nervy start, maybe. We keep talking through the point, or can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay, good. I don't know how good my stream is.
I clearly have been. I stand corrected already, given with this 3 break points that Sinner has.
Yeah, it's a double fault from Stefanos Tsitsipas.
Yes, he's been flawless basically all week.
I jinxed it, and that was my plan all along.
Fair enough.
Oh yes, you're a recovering Tsitsipas.
Yes, I am.
Well, according to John, I am a big Tsitsipas fan. It's only John that thinks that. But well, it is a bit of a meme here already, so I will have to support him. I would like to see him in the quarter, so he's much more exciting to me than Sinner is. And the matchup against Lehechka, I don't even know. If I guess it depends on what I see from Tsitsipas here. If there's some vulnerability, Lehechka was just so calm and collected today that I'm starting to think that maybe. Yeah, there's a great serve pass one forehand from Tsitsipas. In general, I think when I've been reading or talking to people about this match, most of the argument for Tsitsipas just really relies on the power, the weaponry, the court sweeting that as well. And I think even in these early stages, we're kind of seeing that, who's going to be the one deciding how the points look here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, actually thinking about it, it's good that he's playing well because maybe the conditions shouldn't really suit him because, I mean, we've been talking about how the balls this year are making everything flatter, and given Tsitsipas much prefers clay, and he's not really that much of a flat hitter, it's interesting that he's adapted so well to it.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely not a flat hitter, but isn't like the reason he prefers clay more so the fact that he can cover his backhand better?
Yeah, it gives him more timing. It doesn't there's less pressure on his backhand.
But the bounce helps. Well, the bounce probably doesn't help on clay, right? I mean, he's got a one-hander, so theoretically he should be. He shouldn't be enjoying it like if it's over the shoulder.
That's true, but then actually one-handers tend to do quite well on clay. Have tended to do probably better on clay compared to other surfaces in recent years. If you look at Team and Wawrinka, in particular,
they have more time, right? That's like that's it. And they cannot be rushed to that wing, basically.
And like Roger Federer would be a multiple French Open champion if it wasn't for some Spaniard who kept
Don't think it was because of the backhand, though, right?
No, it wasn't the backhand. It was just Rafael Nadal. It was all Rafael Nadal being just incredible.
No, I just mean that if he was that multiple French Open champion, because I think it's pretty fair to assume that between 2005 and 2008 he would win at least 3 of these.
I think my point is more it wasn't because of the backhand. It's more kind of tying into one-handed backhands probably it's the opposite. Clay helps one-handed backhands more than one-handed backhands help Clay.
Don't think I think if he was to win that French Open title, I don't think I've rarely really seen Federer's backhand be a factor on clay. Really, hasn't he always had his best matches, like backhand matches? I mean, on I don't know, indoor courts or a faster hard court.
I wouldn't know what Federer's best backhand matches would be, to be
Where's
honest.
Jack?
Definitely Nadal 2017 final.
Yeah.
Blake at Shanghai Tennis Masters Cup. There was a Ferrer one in Shanghai as well. The final, I think. Hmm. That's where I'm kind of lost. But
Maybe yeah. This is not my skill set, Damien. I'm not great with the technical side of it.
With the what?
I just go with, was it exciting? That's what matters to me more. I've got no idea whether
the drama.
Yeah.
We love the drama, Damien.
Yeah. And we should probably stop talking about Federer's backhand anyway. It's the second game of Tsitsipas Sinner, and the guy has been retired for a couple of months.
No, there's always time to talk about Roger Federer. You've got 2 Roger Federer fans on this stream. As Tsitsipas holds, managed to get out of jail in that game for 2-love.
It's not looking. I mean, I always make these sort of calls, that I watch 2 games and I have this tendency to say, like, it's not looking good for someone, or, oh, this looks great. But honestly, I feel like a lot of the time after 2 games, you can kind of already tell what the dynamics of play will be. And it's not looking great for Sinner, frankly. I don't care that he just had 3 break points. It was just Steph gifting him a couple of points, really.
It's go and say as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree literally, but I wouldn't count Sinner out just because of a slow start, because he's had a couple of those moments in this tournament already.
That's true.
And he I think he does well. I don't have obviously the stats to back this up, but I think in 5 setters he usually does pretty well. So I wouldn't be surprised if he comes back later in the set, or maybe in the second set. He's a late bloomer.
Yeah, that's true. We had that Fucsovics match where he was pretty awful for the first 2 sets, then got more comfortable. I had another one of my conversations with John in the kitchen about this, actually, like where we were wondering whether this was maybe because Fucsovics also dropped his level and that allowed Sinner to be more comfortable. Like we were just wondering about the chicken and egg scenario, basically. I don't think there was a clear answer there, but I think there is also an argument to be made that maybe if Sinner isn't allowed to get more comfortable, then maybe he won't hit that level. Jannik?
Yeah, I was going to say, it sounds like a great podcast idea. You and John talking about tennis in the kitchen.
Yeah, we've had some like 5 conversations, and I brought all of them up on stream, I think. So they were definitely very fruitful.
Sinner's 2 points away from actually getting a game in this match, and yes, we are only on the 3rd one. I didn't see. I actually haven't seen any Sinner matches this tournament, but
we've seen them all, because Mario always had to watch Sinner, but usually it was just him, watching him against Edmund and Echeverry. It was just Mario watching on his laptop, so I glanced over a few times, and and the one against Fucsovics we've watched. I think I think it was the only men's match at 1 a.m. and I think we watched them. We watched it all along with John, I think.
And again, that match was, it was interesting for the first 2 sets, and then definitely the last 2 sets, Sinner kind of ran away with it and made it a lot less interesting.
Yeah, and Fucsovics also made it a lot less interesting, honestly. Like, he was unbelievably far from the first 2 sets. which was kind of surprising. I mean, since he had this drop off and then sort of tried to play his way through the challengers again, I've seen him play some terrible sets, but was never that much. Like it was never that sort of an extended patch. Sinner fires a great serve to get his first game on the board. Still a break behind, of course, in the opening set.
Sport and Politics is asking you, Damien, what you think about Darren Cahill. I didn't realize he was a controversial figure.
Yeah, I agree. I think this could be related to our another conversation in the kitchen, which we had just before I left yesterday. And it was about Patrick Muratoglu. I'm not gonna yeah. There's like one detail that I can't bring on stream, I guess, even though there's like five viewers probably. But we were basically talking about something like that. Yeah, that's like what do we think about some coaches like Muratoglu, and we didn't mention Darren Cahill. As usual, I think we don't really know what's going behind the scenes in the team, so it's very hard for an outsider, I think, to judge a coach. I think he obviously has to be pretty good, right? When he's when I've seen some interviews or him talking on ESPN or whatever the TV station that he works for is, he seemed good. So that's really all I can say, I think. And John is also, Sports and Politics is also asking about Felix Isabel.
They know me. They've met me before. Yeah, Felix is dead to me. I can no longer put my heart into his matches because I'm just disappointed. Although being serious, he had a bit of a weird tournament. I figured he would have a really strong start to the year, but he really made a lot of weird choices.
For example,
he had a bad draw. I think he got unlucky with his draw. And I think he just didn't really know what to do. He wasn't playing at his best. Maybe the court isn't a good surface for him. Maybe it's too quick for him. I wasn't really sure. I mean, I'm not the technical expert here. But he clearly was not playing at his best. And today, I didn't even watch his match today because I knew he was going to lose. So
yeah, me and Nick also picked Lehečka yesterday when we were talking about the round 4 matches.
Yeah, I did. I didn't have much confidence in Phoenix going to this tournament, and frankly, I'm surprised he got this far. Yeah, I think he'll pick himself back up. Phoenix goes through patches where he's going to have a good couple of tournaments and then be a bit flat. So actually getting to the 4th round here was pretty good considering it seems to be a flat one for him.
Yeah, but I mean, on the way to the 4th round, did he have a tough draw? Not really, right? Who was it? Molchan in the 2nd round, Serundolo in the 3rd, and who was it in the 1st? I cannot remember now. Anyway, yeah, I actually watched the match against with Lehečka, and it was kind of funny to see that comparing the two, Lehečka is just so much more complete. I mean, the only thing Ožeľasim was doing better was basically the serve. The backhand was awful all match, as it pretty much often is. And yeah, it was just really funny to see that a guy who just 2 months ago, where they were 2 months ago, Ožeľasim was at the top of his game, 16 wins in a row or however many it was, and Lehečka was still so raw, basically looking like the first year of experience on the main tour did him like basically no good. I would say that there was not much improvement between the year 2021 and the year in 2021, year in 2022 when it comes to Lehečka, maybe at the next gen finals. And now they're playing here, and Lehečka just has this complete full package, and Felix looks very pedestrian. Of course, it was just on the day. I'm pretty sure there's going to be better times for him as well. But just watching the match today, it is very hard to see a major champion in Felix. I similarly to Sinner, I think they really need to still sort of just do something, introduce something new to their game. I don't think what they currently have is good enough.
interesting point there, Damien. You say so. I mean, I agree that Felix definitely has some points in his game that he needs to improve, like the backhand that you say. But my view of Sinner is he's got a pretty good all-round game. He's got a pretty solid baseline across the board. I can't. Yes, all areas could probably you could probably improve some areas, but I'm not entirely sure across the board in terms of as he matures as a player, as he develops. But I don't know specifically what he would need to do to be better. I think surely that's going to be just natural progression in his career.
Yeah, I totally agree. Actually, I think for him it's much tougher. Yeah, because you don't really have any clear areas that you need to work on. Maybe you could try. The serve. I think probably is like the main focus they're doing. He's had these changes between the platform and pinpoint stance. We can have some knowledge. We have some knowledge that they're working on something there. But yeah, I agree with him. It's much tougher to just pinpoint what sort of areas he would need to improve on for sure. Yeah, he has a very good all around game, but I think that's sort of the problem as well. He doesn't do anything exceptionally well though.
Do you think that he buckled in the tie breaks?
Felix against Lehečka, I'm not sure I remember the third tiebreaker that well, but the fourth one definitely not. The fourth one was Lehečka playing an unbelievable one. I think Ožarali's had like a one. I think it was the first point of the tiebreak. He had a forehand unforced error, a pretty poor one. But since then, it was just all Lehečka. He actually turned it around with at 1-1. He had this amazing counter. He was off balance on the forehand side and just found the line, which totally caught Felix by surprise. Yeah, the fourth set tiebreak definitely was not a joke. I cannot remember the third one. Maybe I was still watching something else then. Maybe it was Hurkacz Korda finishing at the same time. I don't know. I don't remember now. It was an hour ago, but yeah.
So, Isabel, you're saying that obviously Felix is now dead to you. Is now everything going into second order?
I'm still wary of Seb Korda. I do really like his style, and his all-around game is very showy, and I like it. But going up against Kachanov in the quarterfinal, is that right? I don't think he stands a chance. So
I don't know. He put the last. Well, when I was going to say, Damien is probably not looking forward to Khachanov Korda's quarterfinal, given the last time they played in a Grand Slam.
I don't think it's gonna be like that. I don't think it's gonna be like that. And I enjoyed that Wimbledon match for sure. I don't think it was as bad. Of course, they were very tired. It was more, but I think that the fifth set there, the dramatic fifth set, was earned. Here in Korda Hurkacz, it wasn't earned, and also the fifth set wasn't really dramatic. It was just a tiebreak. So
whereas
there
that
I think
set
it
was just break.
I felt the drama because I wanted Seb to win, so I was on edge. I was excited. As a fan, it was dramatic.
I wish I had that.
Yeah. I mean, do you not have any favorite players at the minute, Damien? I know you were a Roger fan at one point. Well.
I was mostly a Roger fan, an Ivo Karlovic fan. He's not playing too. I have this random Polish ITF guy that I really, really root for, and to an extent where I was at an ITF event in the summer, and I was supposed to stay at the tournament for like 5 more hours, but after he lost and it was a huge upset, I was just I just had to leave instantly. So I guess I do with and in some very specific cases, but
so
in general,
no. ITF guy, tell us more about him.
Paweł Czasz, he was, I think, the world number 343 at his peak. He's 28 or 29 right now. Won his first title in 5 years last year. I think he's got, he's always had plenty of potential, but he's kind of crazy and probably doesn't even train properly. And I don't think he's getting anywhere. But yeah, he had a couple of good runs in challengers. A quarterfinal in Szczecin once he beat Kopriva and Travaglia. You probably know these guys. So yeah.
There's a good winner. So we're not likely to see him qualify for a Grand Slam and do a seed upset.
Not really. I mean, I think right now he fell off in the rankings a lot. He's at 692 right now. So yeah, I think his best days are probably gone.
He sounds like the Polish version of Marcus Willis.
Yeah, it kind of is. You know, he would always get the wild card to the challenger in Szczecin. Always do well there. Play amazing tennis against higher ranked opponents from the top 200 or something like that, and then never really show it anywhere else. Yeah, so he is in a way Marcus Willis. Yeah.
For those, we know about John's thoughts on allegiances. It's 3-2 with serve. It's kind of going with serve at the minute in this Tsitsipas Sinner match. 15-all. Tsitsipas finishes a point on the net for 30-15 to try and maintain this break advantage. John put an interesting question up on the screen earlier saying, which attribute of a tennis player would you compare yourself to? I assume he means as a tennis player. Yeah, as a tennis player. So strengths and weaknesses of tennis players. That's an interesting question. I mean, do you play much tennis, Damien? I know Isabel's occasionally on the court.
Yeah, from time to time. So I guess I'll start, and then you guys can. Jesus, that's a tough question. What are your strengths and weaknesses as a tennis player? Who would you compare yourself to? I mean, I was a Roger fan, so I always tried to model my game after him. I would say slice is definitely a strength of mine. I try to set up the first forehand after the serve, go to the net basically. So I would say these are my strengths. Probably movement as well. And weaknesses, definitely my one-handed backhand. And maybe it's not that bad actually, but I can't go down the line with it basically. And whenever I'm like pulled to my backhand corner, if basically, I think if you net rush to my backhand corner, I'm going to do fine. But if you just play a couple of deep shots, I'm probably going to shank a backhand. So yeah, I would say, and the serve as well. It's not big. It's at all.
Isabel?
John's saying in the comments that I'm like Ostapenko, but I wouldn't agree because I dress way better than her.
Also, I would imagine your attitude's way better than hers.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. I just certainly don't scream. I just don't scream with every point. No, I was talking to Jack yesterday because he's the only person in this group I've actually played tennis with. And he compared my style to Medvedev's, not because I'm actually any good, but because I hit the ball very flat. And that apparently is like Medvedev's. Weaknesses, though, I really don't have a good backhand. And is
it a one-hander or a two-hander?
No, it's not a one-hander. It's two-handed backhand, and occasionally I have a two-handed forehand, but I'm trying to break that habit. But I have a decent forehand, and I'm pretty quick on the court, but I have no backhand, and I can't serve. So, what use am I?
Interesting. Well, yeah. I mean, let's face it. There's a reason why none of us are pros. John suggesting I'm like Pistol Pete. My serve is not good enough. John, I can count on one hand the amount of aces I have served in my life. In fact, I once hit a second serve ace that was only an ace because it just dribbled over the net without making contact and barely bounced. So it was an awkward one. And as a nice little volley from Sinner's sort of awkward position to get to 40 love on his serve. Yeah, I would say, look, I on one of the streams in the last couple of days, I gave a complete breakdown of what is wrong with my game, which is everything. Yes, with the drop serve. Only ever happened once, can never replicate it. It was funny-ish. I don't think my opponent found it funny. I would say my strength is my return. That is my best shot. That's the only shot I can really be aggressive with. Like if you get it onto my forehand, get it over the net, it's going to go deep and it's going to be awkward for someone to get back, but someone usually does. I would say generally my weakness is shot selection. And what's that's shot from Stefanos Tsitsipas going cross court passing shot with the forehand on the run to get a point in this Sinner service game. I would say that my weakness overall is probably shot selection. Although having said that, technically everything needs improvement. Game style, I want to say, actually no, I know what I can compare to. I was going to say Medvedev because my style's very much sort of just get it back and hope you make a mistake. And I've got a biggish serve when it goes in. But unfortunately, in terms of like, I end up being the one who misses, but also it's not flat. I don't hit flat. Like my forehand's got a lot of spin on it, usually top spin. My backhand's pretty flat, so maybe I'm more like Cam Norrie.
Isn't it fun that we can just sit here and compare ourselves to players who are so much better?
Oh yeah, but we're doing it in a way that we know full well that we are nowhere near as good as them. And
yeah, I'm absolutely trash, and I know that. But you actually got me excited. We should all play sometimes. Of course, it's very tough to manage it and find an
especially in the
opportunity.
winter.
But yeah, if we ever get it, we should definitely take it. I want to see these flat backhands from Nick and the two-handed forehand, especially. That got me excited.
Oh,
Monica Seles maybe should be your comparison then.
Maybe.
And John was comparing me to Fonini. I'm not sure why. I can be a bit lazy with my footwork, I guess, but I don't think that's enough.
Jethro, was that
I'm definitely
no-look
not that talented of a shot maker.
Jethro, was that a no-look forehand by any chance? Because only Roger can do those.
I know that wow, okay. Thanks, John.
What's he said?
No, just that he's playing with our screen.
Oh yeah, it's distracting.
Just an update on the match.
Yeah, that's what we're here for, apparently.
Yeah, what is it? It's 4-3. Tsitsipas to serve.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for the change of ends to be completed. Tsitsipas looked like he was trying to make a mini comeback in that last game, won a 20-shot rally to get to 40-30, but then Sinner finished it off to hold. So Tsitsipas ahead 4-3 with a break. So Holt wants to hold here to put himself one game away from this opening set. So Sinner is making this competitive despite going down the early break.
I just want to know who told Sinner that was a good outfit choice. The colors just don't go well together. It's just really bad.
Maybe he had a bad color choice. Maybe it was like, I cannot make any other color combination work better here, so we're just going to have to go with it.
Rod Laver on our screens.
The original GOAT before the big three showed up.
Maybe still a GOAT. Who knows?
Maybe, yeah. I mean,
didn't he finish at the top of that tennis abstract list?
He did, yes. I mean, he has an amazing record against pretty much everyone else. He was the dominant player of the 60s. So I would definitely argue he's still in the GOAT conversation. I think I wrote an article for Popcorn basically saying that.
Between 63 and 68, he couldn't really play slams, right? Because they were if he had these years, maybe he would be the original one with 20 slams. Maybe even more than Margaret Court.
Yeah, it's one of those things you don't know. I mean, they had the pros had their own slams, but there are only 3 of them, so he
And like
didn't
no
quite
one
have as
counts
many.
them.
Yeah, you shouldn't count them towards the slam race, but they're an interesting look at who was like the best players at the time, and he was by the time the Open era started, he was absolutely dominating that tour, and then obviously came back, and as soon as they opened up, he won a Grand Slam, the Grand Slam. Tsitsipas double faults for 15-30. Suddenly, Sinner's got an opening here to put this match level.
I think Jethro is just trying to be provocative by saying that.
Jethro provocative? Never. I mean, I have to go in a bit, so maybe Jethro can take place on stream. My place on stream, as Sinner now has 15-40. I was looking down at something else. So was that a return winner?
Yeah.
Yep.
Caught the line. Or
Wow.
Maybe even before the line from that.
Backhand return winner. It was right at Tsitsipas's feet. Really awkward for him to pick up. So he didn't even try. Like, it was just too quick. So
yeah, and I think he also, was kind of hoping that it would go out.
Oh, Sinner missed. Sinner just puts a return on the top of the net. Tsitsipas tries a serve volley, and it saves one of the break points. So he's got another one to save. See what happens here. Rod Laver, the only singles match taking place at the minute. I don't know if there's any doubles matches going on. I'd have to check the live scores, but
yeah, for sure.
But yeah, only singles matches on. Rod Laver from now on, as Tsitsipas goes for the forehand. Sinner's on the run with his forehand, but Tsitsipas way past it. He slips backhand Tsitsipas, and Sinner can't get. No, sorry, Sinner's backhand. Tsitsipas can't get to it. I'm out of practice, but
Sinner, it's hard.
It's very hard. Jannik Sinner has broken back. It's 4-all, and this first set is now very, very interesting. Like, the slip from Tsitsipas really put him just at a disadvantage in the rally, because Sinner could go for the space, and Tsitsipas had a lot less chance of getting to it, and it was a good backhand from the Italian. Yeah, Tsitsipas and Sinner, not the best name combination when you're trying to describe a rally.
Yeah, Jeffrey says he's supposed to be working at the moment. So he isn't unemployed.
It's a Saturday. No, wait, it's a Sunday over there.
Sunday, yeah. It's okay, Isabel. When you're unemployed, the days just sort of get blurry. I know it from experience.
When you're unemployed and in a different hemisphere, yeah.
Yeah.
Although I guess it is technically a Sunday morning over here too. It is midnight.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll get a job soon. It'll be fine.
Then you'll face the same struggles as the rest of us, where you can't watch tennis all day.
I suppose. If anyone out there wants to hire me, I'm available.
Oh.
I mean, what are your qualifications?
Yeah.
Oh, so many. I'm qualified to do so many hospitality jobs. It is 15-all with Sinner serving.
Yeah. They have projected a massive Italian flag onto the court for the benefit of those TV viewers who did not know which country Jannik Sinner is from. We're getting into a rally, and Sinner's forehand goes off the top of the net. Then tries to go for the backhand pass. Tsitsipas has come in, and the forehand pass does the job. 30-15, Jannik Sinner.
That was a nice shot by Sinner.
Tsitsipas definitely seems to be very keen to come into the net this match, which is an interesting tactic. I mean, mostly working, but maybe Sinner's wise to it now. yeah. I mean, do you see this situation as Sinner stepping up? Oh, big forehand inside out from Tsitsipas that Sinner cannot get back anywhere near the net, and it's 30-all. Tsitsipas hoping to try and get that break advantage once more in this set. He's not out of it. I mean, would you say with that break from Sinner, was that? I suppose that was a little bit of a slip from Tsitsipas, but Sinner did very well to capitalize on it. He played some very good points.
Yeah, especially that break point, I think was excellent, and definitely a moment where he actually stepped up. It was not Tsitsipas just handing him something. Here that approach maybe wasn't that great, but this time he just that was a phenomenal point from Tsitsipas too. But a second ago, the way he moved to his forehand corner there and then just regained control. Oh, and Sinner nets. Well, nets, sort of nets. the ball clips the net and it goes out wide. So we've got Tsitsipas with a break point, and he would obviously serve for the set if he takes it.
Yeah. I don't know why we've got Ostapenko's fashion sense on the screen, but Isabel, I'm surprised that you don't want to emulate that style of dress on the tennis court.
She's a very unique person.
Yes.
Although when I was watching her match earlier, and my mother came in and went, "Dear God, who put her in that outfit?" I was like, she's her own person.
She is very much her own person. So is Stefanos Tsitsipas. Well, Tsitsipas is his own person, as far as I understand how he identifies. Backhand Tsitsipas, the backhand of Sinner, the forehand of Tsitsipas. So going to the Sinner's backhand corner, tries to change direction. Tsitsipas goes back behind Sinner, trying to save it up. Now he slices, forehand inside out Sinner, backhand Tsitsipas. They're trying to go to Sinner's backhand corner. Sinner puts the forehand long, and Tsitsipas breaks.
Oof.
Trying to change direction on the forehand, just put it beyond the baseline.
I'm a few seconds ahead of you, Nick, so I unfortunately had to watch that.
I think I'm like exactly the same. Like as soon as you were saying something, the same thing was happening on my screen. Yeah, he got that. Finally got that after trying to pepper that Tsitsipas backhand. He finally got that higher ball, but just did not capitalize at all.
It was a smart move from Tsitsipas, from Sinner to move into a position where he could start using the forehand, because he just move into position to change things up a bit rather than just keep hitting backhands. But at the end of the day, just couldn't execute that change of direction shot.
Yeah, and that's the shot that we're watching right now on replay is probably the backhand that won Tsitsipas the point in turn, or yeah, I think it is. Yeah, because here he stops.
But it was a forehand.
Yeah, but I mean the earlier there was that backhand which he sent to Sinner's forehand, and that shot was after the ball was out. That wasn't a shot. That was just him. Yeah. And you could see that the backhand wasn't really clean on this replay, but yeah, that happens a lot.
Yes, I don't expect many clean backhands from Stefanos Tsitsipas.
It's also probably one of the ugliest one-handers, right? Like I don't really get as much pleasure from watching it as I do from most other one-handers.
I don't think it's that ugly.
It's not terrible.
It's showy,
It's not terrible, but I just don't, I love all one-handers, and Tsitsipas doesn't really do it for me.
It's definitely, it's definitely different. It doesn't like it. It's not. It lacks the brutality. It doesn't have the brutality of a Dominic Thiem or a Stan Wawrinka one-handed backhand. It's probably more like, stylistically rather than necessarily execution, a Richard Gasquet one-handed backhand.
Oh no, but Gasquet is like it's the most beautiful shot in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Tsitsipas just really dictates the point of his forehand first to the first inside out, then he finishes with inside in. Pretty short angle too, just quite excellent there. Not much you can do really if you're a Sinner.
My mum's a big Gasquet fan. Really enjoys watching him play. She was very happy to hear that he won a title in Auckland.
And you don't?
Even I would have I do like Gasquet. It's just not one of my favourites. I enjoy watching him play. He just has some clear limitations, which makes it hard for me to kind of root for him because I know he's eventually going to lose. So slice backhand goes into the tram line.
Yeah, I also don't really root for him, but just sitting down and watching him strike the ball is beautiful though.
Oh yeah,
especially live. That backhand is just Jesus.
Tsitsipas has 3 set points here.
Yeah, so that could be. This is going to put him sort of giving the ascendancy in this match. Goes up the middle. Sinner returns. Tsitsipas backhand wide. Really not well. Again, like you said, not cleanly struck. It just sort of had a lot of size.
This was the depth, right? This was the depth, I think. Well, like he was almost half volleying it. So this one he's excused on.
Yeah, to be fair, it was a tricky shot. It was really close to him. Again, goes up the tee again on trying to set up 40-15 now to going into the juice court. Sinner's forehand wide. Tsitsipas celebrates. Why are we now going through Isabel's Twitter?
What? Thanks, John. Thanks.
When did you tweet that?
A few minutes ago. For anyone watching, my Twitter is solely for tennis comedy.
Yes.
Rather than commentary.
Yes,
but those are really bad shorts.
But look, I wouldn't choose to wear them, to be honest.
It definitely depends that are, the color isn't right, not the shirt.
The shirt's fine. It's just the shorts.
I mean, doesn't Rafa often have the same problem though?
Rafa,
I don't think it's a problem.
Rafa seems to like to wear clothing that he has to pick out. You know what I mean? Like it's just part of his ritual at this point.
Yeah. And whereas, again, Roger, guy barely broke a sweat. No. Didn't even notice. Yes. I do. I was tagged in Twitter post by someone like listing tennis accounts to follow, and they put me on a list of people who were like, "Oh, follow this for like tennis commentary," and like, I was, "Oh heck, you're actually following me for accurate tennis predictions. This is concerning because I do not know what I'm talking about."
I mean, you did pick Lehečka to beat Aurelia Simon's stream yesterday.
I did. Let me put it like this: my record of picking eventual Grand Slam champions mainly on the women's side has been incredibly poor. The men's side is a little bit easier because of because of Djokovic. Just pick him and he usually wins.
It's 128 players, it's not easy. You're not really expecting to be right most of the time.
Yeah,
it's true.
And this tournament especially has been wild.
Oh yeah. In this one, no one had like half the quarterfinalists. Even half the quarterfinalists were supposed to lose in round 1 and round 2. So,
have you seen the stat that this is the first Grand Slam in the Open era ever where the 1 and 2 seeds in both men's and women's didn't make the quarters?
Yeah. That was earlier today because Świątek lost,
Yeah, which I'm really surprised about because I would have thought that would have happened at least once before in the Open era.
Yeah, I guess there were probably a lot of instances where one happened and the other didn't. And in the past, on the women's side, I think especially there were some really strong 1 and 2 seeds in the Graf, Selesh, Navratilova era, Evert. They were always getting to the quarters, so I think that also maybe played a part. But I guess we are used to right now, at least we are used to seeing the number 1 and number 2 seeds suck. So I also figured that it would have happened like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something like that.
Is this going to now be the norm in tennis then, that like we stop seeing sort of these ultra dominant forces, or are we about to enter a new era of or are we just waiting for the next dominant player to take a grip over the sport, like Carlos Alcaraz, or Swiatek kind of, or like a couple of people, not one person, like a.
No, I don't think we're about to go into another like era of dominance. I think it's going to be kind of not a free for all by any means, but less predictable for the next decade or so, which frankly I'm really looking forward to. I find, tournaments like this where, brackets get messed up and the people you expect to win don't. I find it much more interesting. I find the matches to be much more exciting as a fan, I'm looking forward to that because I think that happened on the women's side sort of after Serena had her baby and kind of dropped off for a bit. The women's side was like that. It was kind of no one was really dominating. Every tournament was sort of like, well, it could be anyone. And then we had Naomi for a while, we had Ash for a while, but now it's sort of leveled out. But I really enjoyed that time period of it being like, I have no idea, could be anyone, and I'm looking forward to that on the men's side.
Yeah, I would agree. No, I agree. I'm looking forward to being things a bit more open, a bit more crazy, a bit more unpredictable, because that's where a lot of the cool stories come out. Someone winning, and it's that you get to see that there's sort of all that talent kind of come through. And yeah, it adds that little bit of tension as well to the story of the tournament. Whereas previously the tension isn't coming until like the semis and the final. Still there, it's different. So yeah, I'm up for that. I do understand why people say they need some big names at the top just to kind of have a consistent face you can put on it, but like that only goes so far. I'm not entirely sure how effective that actually is. Damien, I know you're very much. We've had a little bit of a conversation around this yesterday. I know you're very much looking forward to maybe as many new people as possible coming through and being successful in the sport.
Yeah, I think part of why I'm watching, some tennis of extremely much lower quality than the one on the main tour is because I just like seeing a lot of different players. I like, there's this new guy getting a wild card in, I don't know, in Spain. Yeah, sure, let me see it. And yeah, I guess that's one of the reasons I follow tennis to this extensively. This event has definitely been amazing for me. I think it's a bit of a contrast that on the women's side I'm enjoying like the matchups between the seeds more, but on the men's side, yeah, it's the freshness that gets me. I really don't care about seeing, I don't know, Tsitsipas Medvedev for the 10th time. I want to see, Lehečka Tsitsipas. Bring that on. Lehečka Auger-Aliassime, or I don't know, Shelton Wolf. That's of course like my favorite match ever. And especially as now, I think maybe the last few years are sort of paying off for me, because I started following the Challenger Tour on like a daily basis. I think in 2019, August probably, something like that, August or September. And I think it's really now like this is the payoff. This is where it starts, because these guys, like Lehečka, Rune, Wolf, Shelton was very fresh, but these are the guys I've started watching then, and now it's beautiful to see them just make their first impressions on the big stage. And the only thing I'm not happy about is when the announcers or the commentators just don't know anything about that. That makes you want to scream. But yeah, in general, I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's the fact we're not gonna get a period like the Big Three anytime soon. Probably that's just so improbable that it can't really happen. That level of dominance by three guys. And I think it's actually very possible like the next 2 years are going to be very chaotic or something, provided Djokovic isn't healthy and winning everything. Maybe Alcaraz or Rune could dominate. I don't know. But even in this tournament, we've got so many guys breaking through at once. They're basically breaking through in one event. So I figure for the next couple of years, they should probably be pretty close to each other and contending for the titles.
Yeah, I expect it to be close. And I will say, like, if you don't follow Damien's commentary of the lower ranks, you really should. I mean, the only reason I know anything about Lahiri Lehechka is because of Damien and sort of spotlighting him on the Challenger Tour.
I'm blushing now.
So yeah, I mean that's the only reason. And obviously I knew he was being talked about, but like you've been talking about him for at least a couple of years now. I think I'm sure you were mentioning him in 21 as well as 22.
Yeah, 2020 probably not yet, but although I think he had a couple of good wins in the post-pandemic Challenger Czech restart. Yeah, come to think of it, I think he made a semifinal in Prosteo 2020. So I think my first tweet about him would probably be September 2020, when the after the pandemic we had these Czech challengers, the restart
Right.
after the pandemic break. I'm pretty sure that would be the first time I saw Lehechka or tweeted about him. But yeah, 2021 was like the first rise that he had.
Yeah. So that's I mean that's something, right? So I would say that it's definitely. I think anytime we do a stream where we've got a top player against an unknown player, we need to get Damien on in commentary so we can find out all about this person.
I legit think that this is something that like big broadcasters should do.
Yes,
I legit think they should do that, but no
like,
one does.
If you're a big tennis broadcaster, hire Damien Kust.
Yeah, absolutely. Like whenever a new player sort of breaks through, give me the match. I'm going to do good at this. I think when I don't know, a TV station is doing Grand Slam qualifying, for example, sign me up.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, no one does. I wish it was my interest in the lower ranks was more profitable, but hopefully it will come at some point.
Just put stuff out there. Just email all the big stations and say, hey, either get me as a commentator or pay me to send you a portfolio on this new guy.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's like really not my style. I'm a bit of an idiot, and yeah.
You should, no. If anyone's watching talent spotting, sign up Damien for his
any scouts, and of course hire Nick as well. Nick is excellent in his field too, which you definitely will hear if you stick with us until the end.
I've no idea what you're referring to, Damien, but I actually can't stay for the match. But
I forgot about that.
No, I have to. Actually, I have to leave my house in like 15 minutes. But
then join Nick's next stream or rewind this one, and you're gonna hear that he is a great host. For example, he is great at the commentary, sort of radio-like stuff. He also, of course, has an insane base of tennis knowledge, which we've been showing for the past week or so on the Talking Tennis streams. Let's stop that right now.
So, I mean, I feel like we should give Isabel some love, really, but
Damien doesn't appreciate my analysis.
No.
Damien does not.
I was just giving Nick it was Nick who complimented me, so I was like, I had to retain the favor. But I meant it.
Isabel does know.
I'm good for a joke.
Yeah, Isabel will liven up any tennis broadcast with any kind of humor or biting sarcasm, which is what everyone needs in their life.
No facts, just sarcasm here.
Here's a fact: Stefanos Tsitsipas has a break point on the Jannik Sinner serve. So Sinner trying to avoid going down, setting a break here in this match. Sinner serves out wide. Tsitsipas slices it back into play. Sinner changes direction with the forehand. Tsitsipas comes back with the forehand. Greek goes backhand, single-handed backhand. Sinner change of direction on the backhand. Sinner puts it in the net. Great moving, great job from Tsitsipas to move Sinner around. Very, very good way to break by
Yeah, and he
Stefanos.
definitely has a backhand down the line, unlike me, as we established earlier. He, even though it is a weakness for him, yeah, he was able to land a great one here and broke because of that. Still no I guess no drama, so you guys probably aren't happy with this much, or has there been enough drama?
Yeah, but we get to talk. We get to chat about all kinds of cool topics, so it's keeping the interest.
But you know when
I
that
mean,
happens, right? When the match is sort of like you're pretty sure you know where this is going. There's like no novelty. That's when you start talking about basically anything else.
Well, I'm paying a little bit of attention to the rallies, and there are some good points going on. But yeah, it is a little bit of just the Stefanos
predictable,
show right now.
Sort of, right?
I mean, what is it? Okay, we're going to go do a little bit of tennis analysis here. I'm going to ask. So if Isabel says she's paying attention to the rallies, I mean, so I'll ask you first, Isabel, and then go to you, Damien. Like, what is it that Tsitsipas is doing to kind of upset Sinner, and what's is there anything that Sinner's kind of lacking in these exchanges?
Well, as a non-factual person, I would say I don't think Jannik is either getting enough opportunities to go on the offense, or Stefanos is just not allowing him to have those opportunities. He's all attack right now. He's moving into the net really well. I don't really see Jannik doing a lot of that. He's kind of staying just at the baseline, and I don't think he can outpower Tsitsipas right now. But I don't really know what the game plan of how to improve would be. I'm gonna throw that at Damien.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. But I know I put you on the spot a little bit, but you were the one who said you were paying attention, and I really wasn't. What about you, Damien?
Yeah, I mean, I actually agree with most of that. I mean, I don't really know what Sinner would have to do here. I just think it's a pretty awful matchup for him on course like that. But then again, then I start to think, so if he's if he's gonna struggle against Tsitsipas on a faster court, but then on clay he also has a terrible record against him. Yeah, he definitely cannot really outpower whatever Tsitsipas. I just don't know. I'm not really sure. I don't think it's really in his repertoire to throw Tsitsipas's racket out of his hands. But I think we're more or less coming to a point where he probably should try, being as aggressive as he can, which he just did with a great return, by the way, and then a volley. This is clearly not working. Tsitsipas is just feeling really comfortable dictating, and yeah, I think the court sits him much better. But yeah, he needs to start changing something up. But it's very hard to pinpoint what exactly. And I guess that's kind of that circles back to what we were talking about earlier. Like it's hard to tell where Sinner is supposed to progress from here. And that's I think it's very relevant as well, even in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's like he had an opportunity at 15-30. He's put a forehand wide 30 on. There's a new rally. Tsitsipas deals with that return from Jannik Sinner pretty well. Gets the backhand middle of the court, trying to move Sinner around. Goes back to Sinner's backhand, trading backhand. Tsitsipas tries to go up the line, puts it in the top of the net, and it's break point Sinner to get immediate break back. Interesting times. In this match.
I don't think Sinner is playing badly. No, like Tsitsipas is just playing better.
Very confident there as well to go for that backhand down the line at fairly all, right?
Yeah.
Or a low percentage shot. Of course, it didn't go in, but still kind of surprised. I guess he was maybe trying to break out of that backhand to backhand rally. He didn't feel comfortable in it, maybe.
I mean, Sinner's returning really well at the minute. He's definitely up in the aggression. And what a passing shot from Sinner mid-court. Royals gets the crowd going. He's broken back. It's 2-2. This second set just got interesting.
Yeah, this is a couple times now I've seen Sinner go up and do some attacking at the net, and he's won the point every time. So maybe that is something he needs to start doing more.
He's definitely getting more aggressive. As we were saying, he needs to be more aggressive. He's starting to do that. I mean, his tennis IQ is probably underrated, Jannik Sinner, because we probably think of him as just he does everything well, like we said, but he is getting so much better at knowing how to play and what shot to play at what point. Jethro rooting for Jannik. Ashley's probably asleep.
He's working at the moment.
Yeah. Right. I think despite this being an exciting point, I will have to depart the stream, so I will leave you two to it. Hope you can stay awake as long as you can, Isabel. Appreciate Thanks. You probably don't want it's going 5, but I know it's like 1:20 in the morning for you.
It is, yeah, but I'll make it through. Only a few more nights of this stuff.
Same. I'm actually looking at the match schedule for tomorrow, and I've realised that they put Sabalenka and Bencic on the first match on Rod Laver, and I'm like, could I stay up for that? Could I do that? Power nap?
Is it at midnight for you?
Midnight for me, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's weird, but I guess the scheduling has been awful all week. Nick, I think
have you seen schedule yet, Damien?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at it right now. So not before, but
yeah. So yeah, it's an interesting lineup. They've obviously put Dimonor Djokovic on the night session, the one singles match on at night, which makes sense because from an Australian perspective, that's the big night. That's the big match.
I'll definitely stay up for that one.
I definitely have to watch Rublev Rune.
Yes.
Shelton Wolf as well. I do need to watch that. Bautista Good Paul is like not really my style.
I am hoping that Rublev gets into the quarters and past the quarters.
You're backing Rublev to beat Djokovic.
Backing Rublev to beat Djokovic?
Yeah, that's who we would have to play in the quarters.
That's the question, yeah.
Yeah, I would hope he would. we all know I'm not a Djokovic fan. But I'm also pulling for Demonar, but that'll be
Rune has a much better chance, I think, though.
Yeah.
Against Djokovic. So
certainly.
Right. It says a point away from holding for 3-2 and change of ends. Lovely seeing you both. Lovely seeing you, lovely viewers. You'll probably see my face again at some point on a stream. Not sure when yet, but I will pitch you for two. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Nick.
See ya. Yeah, it's Tsitsipas taking over the point with his forehand again. Forces an error, but it's still 40-30 for Sinner. I guess as long as the second set is really close, we do need to talk about the match, actually. When we had these streams like all week, and I think they were very, very different. Like some of them were just really strictly match. And some of them we just, I don't know, Jeffro came on and we were talking about when we first saw Diego Schwartzman or something like that.
When Jethro gets involved, it's hard to stay on topic.
That's true. Yeah, he always brings up Diego, Bernard Tomic, as we saw in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. These guys from Sinner on the forehand drop shot, and he has the game. And yeah, definitely getting slightly more aggressive. And yeah, that he needed to change something up. Nick brought up an interesting point about that, Sinner knowing what he needs to do on the court now more. I don't know. I think it's very subjective. I'm not sure I've noticed something like that, but I guess I'll pay attention to it.
I don't really know how you look for that kind of thing.
Yeah. That's a fair point as well. With a guy like Sinner, especially, I think it's pretty easy with I know players who are just very aggressive, and you sort of see that at some point of their careers as they gain experience. Or JJ Wolf is a fantastic example. They basically start like ball bashers, and then they just realize that okay, I don't have to hit every ball with 100% power. I can actually sometimes give the ball to my opponent, see what he can do. That just sort of like a match play scenario. But with a guy like Sinner, I'm also not sure how you would look for something like that really, which is perhaps also why I haven't noticed anything like that.
Right.
Yeah, and Tsitsipas is coming back to try to serve it 2-3. Pretty important game, I guess. Which at 6-4-2 love, it did not seem like right. It's three games in a row for Tsitsipas.
For Sinner, right?
And for Sinner, yeah.
Yeah.
It couldn't really be 3 games in a row for Tsitsipas anyway, since he only has 2 in this set. But yeah, at 6-4-2 love, definitely did not feel like there's gonna be a moment like that in this set, but.
I think John might be drinking with these weird photos he keeps pulling up beside us.
Yeah, I think they just showed Ostapenko on my stream. I don't know. She wasn't on your stream.
No,
Okay.
but I've got the US feed.
Okay. Yeah, she was like during the changeover. They played a bit from her press conference. We also get I don't know if you get it on the US feed, but we get a stat about Tsitsipas's forehand speed, and apparently today it is up by 7 kilometers an hour over the previous round. Well, all previous rounds actually. Not sure if that's significant enough, but I guess it kind of shows that yeah, he's. But I think he played some huge servers in the past few rounds. Greek Sport, Alice. Who the hell did he play in the second round? Oh, Hijikata doesn't count. But against Alice and the Greek Sport, I think he was forced to play defense a lot more, so it could be that as well. Jack was really like one time last week he was just really pissed at the camera. I don't know who shows the stats, like the TV crew putting in some stats, and that he considered misleading. And I asked him whether he thinks that the stat guys have some social responsibility, and he definitely felt like they did.
I'm not surprised he feels that way.
Yeah, me neither. But I mean, he's sort of right. But also the TV crew, I suppose, usually isn't like tennis analysts, and
Yeah.
I think they just show the stats, that someone suggests to them, and that's probably it. I don't think there's that much of a thought process involved, but
yeah. John is saying that Stefanos is in a spot of bother. I don't know that I totally agree. It's only 15:30.
And he also showed an interesting tweet from Gil Gross, which is not on the screen anymore, and I don't remember it.
A set and a change in Tsitsipas Sinner is the highest quality tennis I've seen in this tournament.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would probably agree. I think, I mean, personally, I thought some of the highest quality was in the Murray Kokkinakis match. That was some incredible tennis. So, like, I don't know that this is the first of the highest quality in the tournament, but I mean, up there for sure. But I'm not Gil Gross. What do I know?
Yeah, I'm not. I think I've seen it a couple times already that I'm kind of struggling to keep my thoughts straight when doing the commentary. Like I don't, well, maybe not notice a lot of things because we do focus on, at least sometimes when we're not talking about Diego Schwartzman, we do focus on some technical aspects. So I think these are okay, but I kind of lose the idea of the overall flow of the match. It was the case at the ATP finals as well. I can't remember what match that was, but I remember really. Oh, I think it was Djokovic Fritz, maybe. and I remember really enjoying the match. And then it was like after the first set, I turned on Twitter, and everyone's like, "What a crappy set that was! Awful quality." And that really caught me off guard, and then that's when I first like realized that maybe while doing the show, I don't actually get to sort of have an idea of quality of tennis, and I think that may be the case here as well. I just had, I guess, if you asked me if it was a good set, I guess I would have said I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and it all comes down to preference too. Like you were saying earlier, you were not impressed with the Korda match and felt that it was
Yeah.
really boring and lopsided. And I was like, I was entertained. I was having a good time.
Yeah,
So,
but if you were rooting for him, and that's probably, I think that explains it to me. Although, yeah, of course, you're welcome to disagree.
that was definitely part of it, but that made me view it in an entertaining way. So there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Someone's asking.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people in Poland also enjoyed Hurkacz, the match from the perspective of following Hurkacz. I'm just
he had a huge crowd for him in that match. There were
Weren't
a lot
they
of
like
people.
for Korda though? I think I had the roof sound on.
No, but Hurkacz had like a little posse that was just going absolutely crazy for him.
Okay. Yeah, I think there are a lot of Poles in Australia. Like maybe not Chicago a lot, but plenty. Yeah. They show up at these events usually. At the United Cup as well, there were a lot. Anyway, Jannik Sinner is leading 30-love in his service game. He did miss that serve down the tee, but he has a second one now.
Someone's asking us, which woman do we think will win the Australian Open? After today, personally, I'm pulling for Pegula.
I thought that after today was going to be followed by Elena Rybakina, but okay.
She played very well today, but no, I've been thinking the whole tournament that Pegula has just been untouchable. And then today was a slightly tighter match in the first set, I think.
Yeah, I think she led 5-3, then it was 5-all, and she won 7-5. Yeah.
Yeah, but she won ultimately, and I think she'll be in the final at the very least. Pegula or Garcia? Yeah, I would agree. One of those two.
I think you're overlooking Sabalenka. That's one thing. She does need to get
all these people saying that Sabalenka is going to be it. I think you're overestimating Sabalenka.
No, I mean, she's clearly going to win a slam. I don't know if it's here. There's been a few moments already when everyone was like, yeah, of course she's going to win this slam. And it never happened. That's true. It does seem like she's stronger mentally, but that's a very subjective thing, of course. It's also, well, I think she's got a terrible round 4 matchup. So if I was supposed to give a pick right now, it wouldn't be Sabalenka, because some of the girls are already, through to the quarterfinals. So that I would go for someone with Pegula probably. I think my final was Sabalenka Pegula. Pegula just is flying right now. I mean, I didn't really like the Krejcikova matchup for her, but I still remember saying on stream that I don't think it matters right now. Pegula is just in such good form that it probably doesn't matter who she plays, really. She's definitely, like, it's going to take a phenomenal performance from someone to stop her. I was actually choosing, before the tournament, I was choosing my winner picks for like a couple of websites. And I went with Sabalenka for some and Pegula for some. I just hedged my bets, I didn't feel confident enough. I want to be right in at least some of them. And I think these are still the two most likely winners. Garcia is definitely an option. I just still not sure that she's gonna get through like a couple of these theoretically easier matches for her. Of course, she has that ultra aggressive play style. She just blasts everything. So I'm not sure if maybe she isn't going to lose to someone along the way. I always have this at the back of my head with Garcia. I think if Sabalenka beats Bencic, she is actually still my favorite then. And Rybakina definitely could have a shot as well. I think these are like the 4 main favorites right now, unless I'm forgetting about someone. But Ostapenko, maybe.
Maybe.
Who is she playing? Like, what's the quarterfinal lineup? Rybakina, Ostapenko. So it's the random Grand Slam champions, theoretically random at least.
I think I'm pulling for Rybakina in that match.
As I said earlier, I was really hoping that Rybakina would beat Świątek today. I just think she's so underappreciated, after that US Open, Wimbledon, of course, title. And this is, of course, due to a number of reasons, but mostly the points. I mean, she just hasn't been getting the draws that she should be getting. She just hasn't been getting the matches on the schedule, the courts that she should be getting. She wasn't in the WTA finals because of that, and it just sucks. She's done nothing to she deserves to be there, I think, and would love her to have like a good run, even though she does not have to prove anything, at least not to me, but it would be just be very cool if she has another big Grand Slam run. Just sort of show the people who doubt. Even though like for me, not for her, because I hope that she isn't thinking about it like that. I don't think she is though, right? She seems like very like, I don't know, doesn't really seem like super self-aware or anything. I think she's just taking it okay, and like wherever they schedule me on, that's fine.
Yeah.
And we've got a 4-0 in the second set. Last time we had this situation, it was also Sinner serving, and he lost his serve and lost the set in the next game. So we'll see if there's a repeat here. I think there were also a couple of breaks traded in the first set before that happened. So but then it was Tsitsipas, I think, leading for 4-1 or something like that. 4-2, not 4-1. And this game also does not start well for Jannik Sinner. So a stat earlier that Steph hits his forehand 94% of the time after he served at this year's AO. Yeah, John, it was shown on my broadcast as well, just before I turned on the screen. I wonder if it's the same in this match, but that usually probably means that the court is also pretty fast, because he has a lot of time to run around with something after the serve, so the serve must be doing plenty of damage. We get another rally with Sinner trying to hit forehands at that Tsitsipas backhand. It holds up though, and he's out of the pattern now. Finds a pretty weird off-balance forehand, but it works.
It's love 30.
Of course, there's an army of Greeks here as well. You mentioned Polish fans. We had a discussion like a couple of days ago on the stream, like whether this is actually a factor for why Tsitsipas does well in Melbourne. Is that something that's can be like even a 1% boost to his chances?
It probably helps for sure. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked at how well he's done here, given how he performed in the Grand Slam season last year. I didn't expect there to be such a quick turnaround from the US Open to now. So I don't know what changes he made.
Yeah, and actually, that was also what we discussed. Like, why does he do so poorly in New York, and why does he do so well here? And no one had like a definitive answer. In New York, he has a 5-5 winless record only, and at the Australian Open, I think before this year it was 15-5, and so right now it would be 18-5. Which is a crazy contrast, given that both slams in recent years are considered to be like medium fast. So beats me. I mean, the humidity maybe in New York could be a thing. Here it's definitely the conditions definitely sweeten him more here. But I don't think it's like enough.
Speaking of which, he has 3 break points on Sinner's serve.
Oh, that's beautiful. Sinner tries to approach the net after the +1 forehand, but this time it's Tsitsipas getting a great pass on the run. And
Oof.
yeah, that's the same scenario from the opening set
Yep.
is repeating itself so far.
Tsitsipas will serve for the second set.
I wanted to say something about that New York thing, but in New York he only reached the third round twice, but it has to be said that he lost to Alcaraz once, which is very very understandable. Of course, that was the first big slam run for Alcaraz. He made the third round the French earlier, but that was the quarterfinal one, and he also lost to Chorich, blowing 6 match points. So I mean, maybe he could have done much better. It was that pandemic edition, of course,
Right.
with Thiem and Zverev in the final.
If
But yeah.
Jannik Sinner wins the third set, I have a little piece of chocolate here that I will eat in celebration. Otherwise, I'm not going to eat it. So Jannik has to win the third set.
Okay. And how about if he wins the second set?
I mean, he's already lost the second set.
No.
I assume.
I
assume he's already lost the second set. If he wins the third set. If
Okay.
he wins the second set, fine. I'll get to eat this, but I don't have high hopes at this point.
I don't have high hopes for you eating the chocolate at all, I think, but we'll see. If you really want it, of course,
just to put a wager on it.
I will keep my fingers crossed.
Rather than put money on it. I get a reward if he does.
I feel like this sounds like a game that I should do with drinking sometimes.
I like to do it with candy because then there's no carcinogens involved.
Well, I guess I like drinking more than I like candy. He gets the first point though, Sinner, in the opening game. Oh, in the 5-4 game. So maybe this time there's hope for a break.
Yep.
And there's a second serve to look at. We've seen a couple of very aggressive second serve returns from Sinner this match already. Maybe we can look for another one.
Ooh.
I guess he was looking for another one, but
for those who didn't see it, it was a let that fell out.
And there's another interesting stat that I don't know if you get on the US broadcast, but it's about the contact height of Sinner's second serve return. Basically, they're saying that Tsitsipas's second serve bounces a lot higher than the previous ones, or that Sinner is taking it in a higher spot. But I don't think that's actually what they meant. I think what they're basically saying that Tsitsipas has a good kick serve and Sinner is struggling with it.
That particular stat did not make it onto the ESPN feed, no. $30.15 here.
Oh yeah, John is showing that on the stream. Yeah, that was the thing that we got. Thought that serve was out, but they're playing, and Tsitsipas dumps a forehand into the net. Was probably in control of the point, so it's gonna hurt a lot. And he's still 2 points away from the set, but now he gives Sinner a bit of a chance. It's 30-all.
I swear these stats that they bring up all the time just get more and more specific.
Yeah, I mean, with this one, it's clear that they have like an agenda with it, right? That they want to prove something. But I wish these stats were available, because sometimes they just bring them the ones that we can get on the Australian Open website. But this is, of course, not there really.
Right. Oh, great forehand from Sinner for a break point.
And that's another time when we can actually say that he is stepping up. It's not Tsitsipas giving him that rally. That's probably what Sinner wants to play in this match in general, right? To try to keep Tsitsipas in the backhand corner and then set up for a good forehand to that very same um, spot, basically. We'll see what happens on the breakpoint. Tsitsipas has the first serve and lands it, and Sinner cannot get it back. It can't even get to the net. So we are at deuce. That's of course another advantage that Tsitsipas definitely has in this one. Just the amount of free points on serve is not comparable.
Ooh,
and there's another one.
Good serve.
Yeah, ace down the tee, and there's a set point. John says that the win predictor says there's a 1% chance of a draw in this match. Who plays Lehechka then?
Oh, and he hits it long. Back to deuce.
Now he's showing something else. I'm not sure what that is. That's the picture of the Tsitsipas box. I'm not sure what interested him in this one. Perhaps he'll tell us in a second.
Oh, and Jannik hits into the net.
Yeah, definitely
Another
had an opportunity
point
there after the deep return. Tsitsipas was forced to have volley, but Sinner does not take the chance that he was granted, or that he actually sort of gave himself with the deep return. Anyway, Tsitsipas, second set point. It's going to be a second serve.
Oh.
I guess another time he goes for the kick to Sinner's backhand and he does not handle it.
Jannik.
Yeah. There was a brief chance in this game, so you I guess if he broke, you still wouldn't be able to eat the chocolate yet. he would actually need to win 2 more games or the tiebreak. So yeah, now it's the key set. Now this is when it comes to the crunch. This is
very important. I really deserve this. So he has to win the third set.
Yeah, in I think 103 minutes there's a challenger final that I need to watch. So I'm fine with 2 more sets. I'm fine with 2 more sets. One, then I have to start find myself something to do in that short time frame. But I guess I would eat something. So maybe I actually want 3 sets here. I guess 3 sets is what we were sort of coming for. Although I did think that maybe it was going to be a little closer than the way it's going right now. It's not like Sinner hasn't had his chances, but
I don't really want to watch another 5-set match. But I also don't want Jannik to go out in such a spectacular way. So I'm torn.
Yeah, just looking at some.
Who would Tsitsipas play in the quarters?
Lehechka.
Right. I don't know anything about that player.
It could be challenging. The very same reasons why I thought Lehechka is probably a very tough opponent for Auger-Aliassime. I think they could also apply to Tsitsipas. And I don't know. It's just a matter of whether he can actually perform on the big stage, I guess. He is definitely in the Czech Republic, people have been comparing him to Berdik for years, which doesn't really make sense because he's not that tall and doesn't really play like that. But I think it's mostly about just being a very clean ball striker. He seems to have raised his game a lot and basically and basically everything. I mean, last year he was still struggling with his shot selection, with execution at the net. You know, he is very aggressive. He likes to go forward. He likes playing inside the baseline. Definitely a very dynamic mover. He's these very like strong legs. Can the movement against Auger-Aliassime, I think, was especially very important, just to not give up the baseline, not be forced to defend that much, but to actually fight back against the power. I think it could work as just as well in against Tsitsipas. And yeah, after the off season, he just seems to have become a completely different beast. But I guess it makes sense, since I think last year his issues weren't really like it wasn't really about the tennis. It was things that you can really polish up with experience. He has done that. And yeah, that definitely a shocking factor has been how good he's looking mentally, because as I was saying earlier, there was like no point in that Auger-Aliassime match where he had any issues serving out, or I don't know, and also how easily he was holding. But I guess I know Felix's return is generally all over the place, so maybe that's but the serve has definitely improved as well. So far this year, he's only lost to Nori and Fritz Lehechka. So, and he's also beaten Nori, of course, here in the third round. Made 3 huge upsets basically already: Joric, Nori, and Auger-Aliassime. And Tsitsipas would be another one, definitely. He's taken out 3 seeds to get to the quarterfinals, by the way, which is also a bit of well, I guess a good way to show that he hasn't done it in the easy way. He actually had to work for it extremely hard. They've already started the third set, and I've missed the first few points from what I can tell. I was expecting a bit of a break or something, but
It's 40-15 on the center serve.
yeah, I was just looking at some stats from this match so far. Sinner seems to be landing a lot of his first serves, but they aren't really giving him that much. Just 61% of points when on his first serve. But other than that, the stats look like really similar. Sinner is just 2 out of 8 on breakpoints, and Tsitsipas has taken every single breakpoint he's had so far at 4. And yeah, as you said, Sinner does not have the greatest. Oh, actually, no, you were saying that was working out for him. I think Sinner has 8 out of 14 when he comes to the net. Tsitsipas is more efficient. 10 points won so far for Tsitsipas, more than Sinner. Anyway, yeah, there's that 40-30 point, another backhand to backhand rally, and Sinner tries to go back and go down the line, but it's a very wild miss, and we have a deuce. Would definitely feel a bit anticlimactic if Tsitsipas was about to break here. But we'll see. Tsitsipas has not hit a backhand winner yet, and has hit 7 unforced errors from that wing, but I guess it does not matter.
Oh, that was out. Okay.
That was out? Okay. It was close. It's interesting, though, that both Sinner and Tsitsipas are hitting a lot more forehands than backhands, which, given the amount of these backhand exchanges cross court, is kind of surprising. But I guess Tsitsipas still gets enough play in these, especially in these points after his serve. Can I check which ones are on serve? I guess I can. Oh no, I actually can't, so never mind. I guess I missed something good because I see Tsitsipas clenching his fist.
He hit a backhand. I think it was a backhand down the line. Yeah, back.
Oh, and that's I was just half a minute ago I said that he has no backhand winners.
Was that a winner?
I don't think Sinner touched it. Yeah, I don't think he did.
Okay. I couldn't tell because he got his racket near it.
Yeah, he was very close. I mean, it's
Yeah.
kind of weird that he didn't touch it. Yeah, but I don't think he did. Another pressure point, I guess, which is also a stat they've been throwing at us a lot, and no one really knows what these pressure points are. But it's Tsitsipas who sends a forehand long, and still Sinner with another chance. Jeffro, he hit a backhand winner. Oh yeah, that's Damon with the anti-jinx.
Well, he's bound to hit one once in a while.
Yeah, sure. I'm pretty sure though he gets through a match sometimes with none. I definitely do. Referencing our previous talk. Sinner at the net again, but it does. The volley
Goes
just
long.
isn't there. He isn't comfortable at the net. I guess maybe this
He
is
was
where
doing well
he.
earlier with some stuff at the net, but now it's kind of fallen away.
Yeah, but like in general, like if he if he gets Tsitsipas to slice and the timing is right, of course everyone can just put play the volley if it's like super simple. If it's kind of complicated, and in general, I just think you can see that he isn't comfortable out there. So maybe this is something that he can work on in the future. With his fantastic coach, which who John was asking about earlier. I think Mario had like very strong opinions on Sinner's coaching changes. I can't remember. Maybe he was a Riccardo Piatti fan, but he said that Sinner is his favorite Italian player. But it clearly wasn't ultra important to him, because when Sinner was playing Fucsovics and he had to write this like live scoreboard updates, he actually wanted Fucsovics to win in 3 in order not to do them anymore. So I guess he's like a fake Sinner fan. Stats best shot since this jam. John is showing the photo again. He does bring it up a lot.
You pose really well for photos, John.
Is that when you were at the Muratoglu Academy, John? John told me a secret yesterday, but I'm not gonna. I can't mention it because it was a secret.
Oh.
I guess based on the emojis, maybe. Oh, and that's him with Sebi Korda. So one guy who's still in the tournament, and one guy who will probably, after this match, also be still in the tournament. Not everyone gets to hang out with those. Did you tweet it out again, John? Didn't you tweet out these photos like 5 days ago?
It's just really proud of these.
Oh, Jeffrey just said the same. John, how many times you gonna post that's G? I don't know what G is. On this photo of Tsitsipas, though, I did not even recognize him at first. Like, would you say it's John instantly? I don't know.
No, I wouldn't instantly know that that's John, based on the face he's making.
Yeah, when I saw this photo at first, I was like, okay, Tsitsipas and some guy. Like, why is John showing this photo? Then it took me a while to realize. He also looks kind of like Zizou Bergs in this photo. But of course, Zizou Bergs is much younger, so. Yeah, I guess that might have sounded off, but that wasn't my intention. He is like 20 years younger, so. Yeah, anyway, we're into the second game of the third set. Sinner had a love 15 advantage, but it's now back at 15 all.
I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
Sure. I'm going to carry the ship. Yeah, it's the third point of this game now. Tsitsipas is about to serve, but there's a let. I'm trying to see, because Sinner had 8 breakpoints and missed 6 of them. So I'm trying like how many games where he had breakpoints he actually converted, if you know what I mean. But I don't think it's going to be that bad because I just saw... Oh! Also, bullet of a forehand return winner from Jannik Sinner. He's really trying to get Isabel to eat that chocolate. Anyway, he had a breakpoint here. I guess he had a breakpoint here as well. Okay, yeah. So Sinner, I think, is 2 out of 4 when it comes to breaking in games where he had breakpoints in. So that's not that bad. Well, Tsitsipas is 4 out of 4, and of course Tsitsipas is 4 out of 4 on breakpoints, and that's basically been a bit of a story of the match. Like it hasn't been as lopsided as it's felt, but Tsitsipas definitely has a bit of an edge. Anyway, now he though misses an insane forehand, which perhaps he didn't need to play that close to the line. Probably it was the safer way was to just play it as an approach shot, but that's what he chose. That's what the Greek decided on. Steph has converted every breakpoint. Yes. Steph is 4 out of 4 indeed on breakpoints. And Jannik Sinner is 2 out of 8. We're going to see how he handles these 2 opportunities. Okay. I mean, an ace down the tee. Not much he can do there, of course. But I think that's deuce side ace down the tee has been working great for Tsitsipas. We'll see if this one is also working properly. It is a good serve, but they're gonna play the rally. It was also an instance where we could see that the Tsitsipas backhand just doesn't really. Oh, and Sinner is pissed. He was in control, and you could see how and that was also one of these rallies where John talked about the stat where it's 6% backhands after his first serve. This was a backhand after Tsitsipas's first serve, and you could see how he was not comfortable at all taking that short ball. But anyway, he won the point because of a Sinner error. Sinner was trying to be kind of aggressive there, so it's an excusable error. It's an error you can do because you were actually trying to do something. And there's another big first serve from Tsitsipas. This time it's an unreturned serve. There's nothing really Sinner could do there. And can Tsitsipas finish off? That was an interesting serve. It was a lot slower than the previous ones. A little bit of a slice in there. I wonder if it was done on purpose to increase the diversity, the variety there, but it didn't get the desired effect. If so, anyway, it's deuce again. Tsitsipas still hasn't got out of this game, got out of jail for free in a way.
I was trying to think. Didn't Sinner have a 5 set where he was 2 sets down in the first or second round here?
The third round with Fucsovics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he has come back from 2 sets down before.
Yeah, but no, I mean that was a little different. I mean, Tsitsipas is not gonna have 3 sets like Martin Fucsovics did. I'm not saying Sinner can't come back because of course he can. Everyone can. It's not me facing Stefanos Tsitsipas there. Anyway, you missed a couple of breakpoints, but there's a third one here. Okay. And I guess after this rally, I can tell you what happened. But okay. Yeah, this was just another error in a like a medium length rally from Sinner. That was also what happened on the second ball. He was very pissed there, and Tsitsipas also saved one with an ace, so not much he could do. But yeah, the breakpoints are increasingly becoming the story of the match. Like with every single minute, we are seeing the contrast between Tsitsipas taking all 4 opportunities and Sinner being currently 2 out of 11. And if he doesn't break here, he's going to be 2 out of 5 in terms of breaking in the games that he held opportunities to break in. But he is going to get a 4th one. A very good read on the serve now, it seems. Just lunges towards it as early as possible and at Tsitsipas's feet. Yeah, we see the stat now. on our screens as well. This you get though, right?
Yeah, on the court.
Yeah, because it's
Yeah.
because it's on the court and not like the outside Eurosport thing. Anyway, okay, another big serve down the break point. 2 out of 12 now for Sinner, but yeah, here he also couldn't do that much. Some interesting people, of course, there. Petros Tsitsipas, the brother of Stefanos Tsitsipas, in his box. Playing doubles here with Stefanos, although I think they have already lost.
I haven't heard anything. I don't follow doubles really.
Yeah, and it's another big serve to set up advantage for Tsitsipas. Yeah, most people don't. I also don't really. When I'm at the tournament, I watch because, well, I'm already there. Why not? But in general, I watch like 5 doubles matches a year, probably. Yeah, they played and lost in the second round to Kolhav Skupski. All right. That's one of the best pairings in the world. I think the world number 1 and world number 2, in fact. So a good showing from the Tsitsi brothers there. And we have the game for Tsitsipas, another return that Jannik can't put into the court, although here he didn't really have that much of a clean chance to hit it like in that previous game. Anyway, 2 out of 12 for Sinner on breakpoints, and 2 out of 5 when it comes to the games where he held breakpoints. So that's basically, yeah, more or less it's looking like the story of the match so far. He's had his chances, he just hasn't been able to capitalize on them. He is fighting though. He really wants you to eat that chocolate.
I really want to eat it. So, it's I can't resist. I might eat it anyway.
Yeah, maybe you're gonna find another reason.
There's always other reasons.
Of course, there's always a good reason to reward yourself and show yourself that you're valuable.
There's a really good rally going on right now, although Sinner just ended it by hitting a forehand long.
16 shots in this one, and we've got, well, is it already a mini opportunity? When you lose the first point of the game, at this level, you're like 25% less. Your chance to hold becomes like 25% less. So I guess it is already an opportunity for Tsitsipas, especially considering how he's been doing on breakpoints today. If he gets one, he takes one. He will be in the rally here as well, trying to slice his way out of trouble. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I got
really
a deep
focus there.
got a deep ball at the middle from Sinner, which was a very nice little choice. Definitely surprised Tsitsipas, who was just expecting probably him to go either to the forehand corner or to stay in that backhand wing. In backhand jail. Speaking of backhand jail, there's a serve to the backhand that Tsitsipas sends long. Sends long the return, and looks like Sinner has managed to find something. Send in a super chat to support this. Pressure points 1. Sinner 17 from 12.
If someone sends a super chat to support the channel, I'll bring my dog in, and you can all look at him.
Oh. I suppose the super chat is like a donation, or
I don't know what it is.
Me neither. We've had a couple of donations on the stream. Most were related to Andy Murray. People were like pledging that if he wins, they're gonna send us some money, and they did.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they were super chats actually or not.
If somebody gives us $1, I'll bring my dog in.
Actually, you missed a chance. You could have said that, if someone gives us $1, you're gonna eat the chocolate.
No one I think wants to see that. I've got two dogs here who are ready, camera ready, so that's much more entertaining for people.
Yeah, John says it is a donation and that he wants the dog.
It's a shame Mario couldn't bring his dog.
To Bon? To Bon?
To
or
Bon,
to,
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how John was about the policy of pets in his apartment. But I guess even on the plane it would be kind of rough. Jessica Pegula is now on our screen. They also showing some bits from her press conference, but I don't feel like turning the sound on.
I've just got replays of points already finished in the Tsitsipas match.
See, our feed is clearly superior.
Oh, I would agree. The American feed is so poor, and the one of the big problems with it is they're not even really showing the matches on television. You have to pay for ESPN Plus to watch any of the matches that are like after a certain time. So like they showed the Ostapenko Goff match earlier on television, and then as all the other matches were starting, they were only just like talking to commentators, and they were like, "Oh, if you want to go watch these other matches, you can go on ESPN Plus." And then the coverage just ended. And my mother, who wanted to watch this match, she was like, "Well, I wish I could just record it, but I can't because they're not even showing it on television." So, and I was really surprised because there are all these promos on the American feed really pushing this, oh, American men's tennis thing. Like, oh, it's such a good time to be an American
because there are
man.
so many Americans now.
Yeah, I mean, no mention of the American women who are almost always in the quarterfinals of Grand Slams. Like, no mention at all. They're just focused on the men. But then they're not showing any of these matches on the main feed. So I don't know what they want. Like, they're trying to get more Americans into tennis, but they're pushing this weird thing about American men and then denying anybody the ability to watch it. So like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess they're just trying to earn money, not actually promote tennis, and that's, well,
I don't know what they want.
I also saw an announcement. Well, that's not ESPN, but I saw an announcement from Tennis Channel that in 2023 they're going to be showing more pickleball.
Yeah, their Tennis Channel isn't even showing the Australian Open in the States.
No, they don't have rights. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they're showing more pickleball. Just sickening. If there are any pickleball fans on this stream, you can go ahead and leave. We don't do pickleball over here.
I totally agree. This is a non-pickleball stream. I hope we don't have any, guys. I hope Nick wasn't a pickleball fan.
No, I don't think anyone in the Popcorn crew is a big pickleball fan.
I have a friend who's like working in some Polish media, and he started playing pickleball here. Like, there's actually like a huge tour in Poland of events, and I just keep telling him, why are you even telling me about this? I don't care. Okay, go play it, but no, it shouldn't be on Tennis Channel. It should be.
No, it shouldn't.
It shouldn't be a sport. It's not a sport.
It's not. It's a recreation.
Yeah.
Did you see this big headline about they've got like Agassi and Roddick and
like
all these other guys,
four legends,
playing in some big tournament. It's so ridiculous. I can't comprehend why American media has grasped pickleball so much easier than they have tennis, and why they're pushing it so much harder than they are tennis. Like, it's so weird. And it's just a fad. It's gonna, in a couple of years, no one's gonna be playing this. Like, who the hell plays squash anymore? Nobody cares. It's in 2 years, nobody's gonna be playing pickleball, and then all these courts will be a waste of space.
I think squash is one of these sports that no one really watches, but some people play, and hopefully pickleball is just like that. Like that, no one is really gonna watch it professionally, but if you want to play it for recreational purposes, I don't mind. There's a breakpoint for Sinner while we were talking about pickleball. That there was also another...
Never get me started talking about pickleball. Also, what a horrible name. They're just asking
Pickleball?
to be made fun of.
Yeah, why is it even a pickle? Like,
I have no idea.
is it like a different meaning of the word pickle than the cucumber-ish thing? Anyway, Tsitsipas is a second serve, or was that a let? I think it's the second serve. There was a very interesting stat as well in a second, and I'm going to talk about it in a second after these breakpoints. You didn't get it because it was one of these European feed ones. No, I guess that previous one was a let then. Oh
my goodness.
That was such a good chance for Sinner. And he just played the passing shot on the run. It wasn't like crazy on the run. It was just, he was just basically running, but there was a lot of time he could play it. Down the line probably was the best choice, but also even a tighter cross court. I think down the line was that's the clear choice. And he just played it straight at Tsitsipas. Who I for his benefits played had a very nice reaction. I think it's now 2 out of 13 on breakpoints for Sinner. Well, there's gonna be a 14th one. Anyway, the stat was difference between Tsitsipas's second serve return points won on the deuce side or on the ad side. So it's basically them pushing that agenda of Tsitsipas's kick serve into the Sinner backhand, because on that side he was winning 55% of his points on the ad side and just 40 on the deuce side. So they're basically saying again that that Sinner isn't handling the Tsitsipas kick on the second serve return to his backhand. Anyway, another breakpoint, and I think this time it's out.
Second serve. Yeah,
exactly. So we've got another breakpoint. Number 3.
I will answer this question that's on the screen when this game is over.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, another one.
Yeah. Second backhand winner of the match, and also a very important one. I think this one was like even inside out from the forehand position. So pretty ridiculous from Tsitsipas. I guess that kind of shows you how confident he's feeling, that he's going for these backhands under pressure. That was also in the second set. There was that one at 30-all which he missed, but still, generally not a shot he feels that comfortable with to go for something like that. Anyway, deuce again, and there's a good serve. The drive volley isn't perfect though, and Sinner gets a chance. Yeah, he does pass Tsitsipas.
Asking for some support from the crowd there. I can't hear who they're cheering more for, but I would assume it's Tsitsipas.
I think that's gonna be Sinner's 15th breakpoint already. Yeah, and he's converted 2 of them, so pretty much has to do it now. Otherwise, we might really see one of these matches where one player takes all his opportunities and the other does not take anything. The drive volley from Tsitsipas definitely wasn't there, or it wasn't good in the rally. Anyway, that's a first serve, but Sinner manages to return to the backhand. Oh, and that's a great drop shot. He played a couple of them.
Break.
Yeah, he played a couple of them earlier, but definitely not on the break point. And also,
break 3-1 Sinner.
John at the beginning of the match was talking about that 6% backhands after the first serve. I think it's going to raise massively. Perhaps Sinner is just a much better returner than the guys that Tsitsipas has faced so far, but he was here as well, able to find Tsitsipas's backhand after the first serve. Anyway, you said you were going to answer a question.
Yes. Okay, so should the ITF Grand Slams be selling TV rights to the highest bidder, or should they accept less money if it means a wider audience is gained? I mean, not being in broadcasting, I don't really know, but like it does seem to be like they want both, right? They want the highest bidder for broadcasting, but they're trying to gain a wider audience for tennis. So personally, I would accept less money if it meant a wider audience, because that's ultimately what they're trying to get, right? They want more people to be interested in tennis. But they're always picking the highest bidder for TV rights. So what are they? They're just screwing themselves, really. So it's just one big hypocritical thing. But if it were me choosing, I would go with less money for a wider audience.
And Matthew also says that NFL don't just sell their TV rights to the highest bidder. They favor a broadcaster that has millions of eyeballs guaranteed. So who would be like the broadcaster that would have millions of eyeballs guaranteed in the States, and that would be interested in tennis as well? Because I guess that's talking tennis.
It's hard to say, because I mean, tennis isn't a super popular as popular as it is in Europe. And it competes with a lot of other sports going on in the States. Like I've noticed on ESPN, when they're not showing the Australian Open, they're playing college basketball, which is a huge market in the States. So it's
March Madness, right? And
yeah.
in Europe, sports, university sports, it doesn't exist. I mean, it does exist, but no one watches that, of course.
Yeah. And there's also football going on right now, and that's just a whole other thing. And I think the problem with maybe why it's not as big of a sport here is because it's not a team sport. And I think America really gets off on team sports because they love having some kind of school or city
you're right.
to rep. And in tennis, it's just not like that. I mean, you can like a player because they come from a certain country, but ultimately, it's just not about a win for that country. It's about a win.
There's like no popular sport in the States that is individual, right? Everything is golf, maybe.
Golf, yeah. And golf is pretty popular, but among a certain demographic, and
the rich.
It has the rich and the old. I mean, my parents watch golf.
Are they rich?
No. But that has its own channel, and it is more popular here. But yeah, I don't really know what they could do to make it more popular. I think that's probably why they keep pushing this narrative with the American men, right? Because they think like, oh, the only people who are watching sports in the States are men, and they want other American men to be winning because they don't care about American women who are winning. That's my, what I think their thought process is. It's like, we need American men in tennis to get American men interested in tennis. But I don't really think that's going to work because it didn't really work when we had players, like Roddick and I don't know, Agassi and Sampras. It didn't really work then. I don't think it's going to work now. So
John is writing some weird stuff on the chat. But he showed a photo of Pegula along with a stat that sort of fits your point. That she's made the quarterfinals at the last 4 out of 5 slams, and that you said that no one's really talking about her. And there was a breakpoint for Tsitsipas to sort of get back to the levels to level the score almost, of course, because he would still need to consolidate. But Tsitsipas plays another one of these well-disguised forehand drop shots that he's been surprising Tsitsipas with today. I guess this is like the fifth point like that in this match, and I think it's worked every single time. Actually, I can check how many drop shot winners of the forehand he has, but he's definitely done it a fair few times already. 6 drop shot winners of the forehand, actually. So I even underestimated him by 1.
Yeah. And this Matthew is absolutely right. They do only engage when they have a serial dominant winner, but but that bothers me because we had serial dominant winners, in tennis for years, and it was kind of the same thing. We had Serena and we had Venus absolutely dominating, and still no one was, they weren't focusing on women's tennis. They weren't, they weren't giving broadcasting to that. Yeah. They don't watch, exactly. Yeah. They may become a household name, but they still don't watch. Exactly. Yeah. No one pays attention. And that might have been because Serena is a woman. It's women's tennis. It may, could be for a lot of reasons. If it was an American man, they would pay more attention, which pisses me off. But like as a fan of the sport, like it would really tick me off if people were only tuning in and getting interested because of one player, and then if that person isn't dominating, then they're not going to watch. Like I don't want fans like that. So yeah, I don't know what they need.
Tsitsipas, sorry, Sinner gets a
yeah. Sorry, we should focus on the match. Don't ask
no. I actually had one more question. So would you say, like, based on your experience, because you've spent some time in Europe as well, that in the States, like a tennis fan in the States is probably watching women's tennis less than a tennis fan in Europe?
I think I think so.
Okay.
Because I mean, just based on the people I've met through popcorn tennis, the majority of whom live in the UK and in Europe, they're all so much more interested in women's tennis than anyone I've ever spoken to in the States. And usually, if you talk about women's tennis in the States, the only people they can name are Serena, which is fine. That's a good person to name, but she's not playing anymore. So, yeah, so definitely I think the WTA is a bit more popular in Europe than it is in the States.
Interesting. For me, I guess it's very hard to tell because in Poland we've had Radwańska and then Świątek basically without like any break between the two. So I think women's tennis here is more popular than men's, but that's because of one player basically.
Yeah.
It's not like they're gonna tune into Krejcikova and Pegula, which was today. Although, of course, it's like throwing dump at the wall and seeing if anything sticks. If you show a tennis match of Iga Świątek to a million people, I don't know, 15 of them are gonna become hardcore tennis fans. So that sort of recognition for the sport is definitely good as well. No, that's interesting, but it makes sense to me as well from an outside perspective that it feels like that in America people would not care about women's tennis compared to men's. Like from what I've heard, also from how big that story is, that Roddick won the US Open 2003, and since then we haven't had any elite player. Well, you have.
Yeah, you absolutely have. Yeah,
and a lot of them, in fact. Two of them were among the best to ever play the sport, and yeah. Yet we keep hearing. Mm-hmm.
I think Americans are highly influenced by media, and I think if the journalists and the broadcasters just got on board with women's tennis and started accurately reporting about it and pushing the American women who are winning just as much as they are the men, then and they did it enough and consistently, I think there would be a shift. Because I mean, as much sexism as there is in the States, I think it's just people aren't doing more research apart from what they're seeing on television. So when they're only ever seeing this one thing, they're not learning about all the other. They're not learning about like Coco Gauff or like Sophia Kenin or Sloane Stephens or anyone. So I think it's really up to the media to make it actually equal and start showing both sides of this sport rather than just the one.
7 forehand drop shot winner for Sinner, which this has been working out perfectly well for him. He's disguising it well, but also choosing the right moments, like here, where basically Tsitsipas was pretty close to it, but just on the back foot. Yeah, I think I also wanted to say something about that, but I cannot remember it at the moment. But yeah, that was an interesting talking point as well. Did Tsitsipas fail to convert the break point? Yeah, in that previous game, yeah, 3-1. At 3-1 Sinner, yeah, he did. So that 100% perfect record is gone already, John. Yes, indeed. Mark Philippoussis has got his tennis shorts on just in case he needs to be set in. Is Steph's mom around? I don't think she was anywhere.
I didn't see her.
There. Yeah. I only really remember her once when she was screaming at him at the ATP Cup back then when he hit his father with the racket. That's like the only memory I have of her. This guy we're watching a lot, and he's always sort of nasty. Anyway, for the Sinner, he will be trying to get. I know what I wanted to say. But yeah, there is that big narrative that all journalists, all American journalists, are pushing on Twitter about the American men in round 3, American men in round 4, and so on and so forth. I'm not sure if there's going to be many in the quarterfinals. I mean, one is guaranteed with Shelton or Wolf, but
Yeah.
that could be it if Tommy Paul doesn't win, I think. But
yeah, I mean, you were saying that there.
Oh, Korda.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that Jessica Pegula was showing up on your feed on the Eurosport feed.
Oh yeah.
And the one I've got here, the American feed, no mention of Jessica Pegula making it to the quarterfinals.
No, we get during the changeovers, we get bits from press conferences. And in fact, since we started doing this, I think we haven't seen a single male one. It was Ostapenko and Pegula. So yeah, I think in terms of like Eurosport, both both I don't even know how to separate them. Both genders, let's say, are treated different. No, the exact same.
Yeah. Well, I may get to eat this piece of chocolate after all.
It appears so, yes.
I'm very excited.
What's the chocolate? Like, what's the just a regular milk one, or
it's a piece of Swiss dark chocolate that we got from Costco.
Okay.
Which I don't know if you have in Europe.
No. But I mean, I know it from like pop culture or anything. How dark is it? How dark is it? I have to ask because on one of the streams, John asked, gave me and Mario dark chocolate, and I think Jack was really wanted to know. So yes, I have to ask as well.
He's very picky about it. This one is 72%.
Okay, so that would be almost to his liking. I think he said he goes for 85.
Yeah, I think that's true.
And now we got an average top spin forehand speed stat, which says that in the third set, Sinner has raised his by 5 kilometers an hour, and Tsitsipas has lowered his by 9 kilometers an hour, I think, to a point where Sinner is now the one striking his forehand, at least with more speed. Yeah, that one that John gave us was 60%, I think. So it wasn't really dark, but that's fine with me. I think the 85% stuff is just it's rubbish. If Pegula wins the title, the headline will be about the daughter of Bill's owner winning tennis title.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Of course, I don't know the who her parents are, but like I know they're filthy rich, and that's it.
Yeah, that's basically it. They're rich and they own a football team. Although their football team was in the news quite recently because one of their players had a heart attack on the field, and the game was interrupted because of it.
85%.
Football's a very dangerous sport.
Yeah, Matthew says that 85% is healthier for you. That's true. But if you're eating chocolate, you're eating it to have, you're not eating it for it to be healthy. You're eating it for it to be unhealthy. Maybe not as unhealthy as possible because,
Yes.
well, then it also doesn't taste quite right. But yeah, I go for the milk
this square
one
is
usually.
about the size of my thumbnail, so yeah. And eating this little itty bitty amount is not going to be that unhealthy.
But I see it's going to give you a lot of joy based on your
Yes,
reactions.
so, I knew that if I put a wager on this set, something would happen. I was manifesting it.
Well, Tsitsipas can still put a stop to your chocolate eating habits.
It's true.
But he does need to win at least the next 3 games and then 2 out of the next 3. Now he's serving at 2-5 down. Did he make it? I think he did, yeah. What? And that's when you're not watching without sound on, and it's actually out. So it is the first point to Sinner. John says that someone on Facebook just hugged this show as a reaction. Maybe they saw, I don't know, either the chocolate or maybe the talk about why women's tennis is underrepresented in the American media. Great combination from Sinner, who finds the forehand inside in the winner and is now 2 points away from the set. And if he breaks here, he would also start the next set on serve, which could be meaningful. 140 kilometers an hour on this winner, which I also don't think you're gonna get because that was one of the Eurosport stats.
I can sometimes see it on the serve clock in the back.
That was not a serve.
Oh, it was not. Okay.
Yeah, it was on that forehand winner for Love 30. Sinner tried to go for like a huge forehand return winner, but that didn't work out, and now he's still 2 points away from the set, but it's 15-30. Tsitsipas is slightly closer to getting back into that game. Second serve for the Greek.
Well, he's got a two set points here, so.
Oh, and this time he lands that second serve return of Tsitsipas's kick, which we've been, sort of flooded with stats about from the from the Eurosport crew. Looks like something has changed in that pattern. Sinner has managed to find the ability to just get on top of that ball and do what he failed to do a couple of times earlier. And we've got a rally on the first set point. There's a net card from Sinner, but it's not gonna help him, or is it? It's not.
He hit the backhand long. Or no, wide, excuse me.
Wide, yeah.
Got one more chance.
It wasn't that much of a chance, Jannik. You don't have to be.
Oh.
Still no chocolate. Close, but no chocolate. Should be the new phrase.
We've got a couple more.
Yeah,
it's not over
still
yet.
Very far from a Tsitsipas win in the set.
He's still gonna serve for it.
Yeah, It would get interesting though in the next game, especially given what's at stake.
Oh, okay. He's got another break points. Adds for Sinner. It's a great passing shot.
Oh, and it's Valdas. Hey, Valdas. And he says it was about chocolate, that he likes chocolate. I met Valdas on Saturday. He's from Lithuania. Previous Saturday, not this one. This set point is also not going to be converted. It's a first serve down the middle, and Sinner does not manage to get out in time. Lands the forehand into the middle, into the net, and we've got another deuce.
Is that a backhand cross court winner?
Yeah, I was I was mentioning a couple of minutes earlier that Tsitsipas has no backhand winners. Now he's already got 3. Maybe soon he's gonna get more than he has from his forehand, although it's gonna be pretty rough with 8 on the forehand side already. Looks like Sinner might have to serve it out for you.
Ooh, failed drop shot from Sinner.
Oh, Jannik, you are doing so well with the drop shots. What are you doing now? Although I guess from the backhand he wasn't actually. He had another very, very poor one earlier. I guess it's just the forehand side that he prefers. Anyway, what did I want to say? I can't remember. That this adds to Sinner's poor performance on breakpoints in the entire match, because even though he's leading here, he's 3 out of 18 currently. Still, though, very close to getting a set on the board. Now this is where it happens. Now this is when we know. It is a second serve, so there is an opportunity for Tsitsipas to look for something, but the backhand is again just not reliable enough. That's now 3 points away again from Sinner, but this time it is, of course, on his serve.
Oh, ace.
That was in.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be a line judge. That's for sure. Definitely would have called that out. 2 points away, and of course Tsitsipas needs to win 4 or 3 to get the deuce. So there is that chance is coming.
Is that another ace?
It is.
All right. Triple set point.
Let's hope he is not as poor on set points today as on break points. It's tough to say because he hasn't had any, at least in his favor.
Oh, iconic.
Whoa.
He takes the set on an ace.
3 aces in a row, Jannik Sinner? What the hell?
Oh, legend. And now I get to eat this chocolate. I knew it would work.
Yeah, enjoy, viewers. This is what you came here for. An unemployed woman eating a chocolate. That's what you wanted? I hope it was. Fun fact, Damian has met 65.4% of our viewers. Yeah, okay. If you're saying that, John, that's fine. But yeah, it's possible actually. There were some guys showing up in the chat, and then after a while I realized that, oh, fun fact, Valdas represents 17% of our viewers today. I think John is just pulling these numbers out of his ass. Honestly, I don't think it's it would work in any way unless he's like 1 out of 6. Oh, 1 out of 6. Well, that could work. He could do 1 out of 6. Is it plain? Matthew
Yes,
is
it's plain.
asking. Okay, it's plain.
It's just plain. It's not the
Dark
it's not
with
the best.
hazelnuts.
Not the
Have
best.
you?
I could have done better, but it's what I had.
It's sweet though. It should be good quality.
It is pretty good.
Do you like dark with hazelnuts? Because that's what Matthew is going for when he wants to eat dark chocolate.
I do, yeah. Those my favorite chocolates when I was living in Europe was to get the Ritter, I think it's called. The dark one.
Come again?
There's that European the chocolate. It has like a red.
Ritter, yeah. There is.
I think
is
it Ritter,
yeah.
the dark with the hazelnut. That one is really good. Highly recommend for anyone who was able to get it. They don't sell it in the States.
John, do I want to see your favorite stat ever? I'm kind of afraid of what it might be.
John, are you doing okay over there?
Yeah. No one actually said that we want to see your favorite stat ever, but I guess you're... Okay, I'm gonna get myself some water, but I shouldn't be gone long. Oh.
Well, what should I manifest for Jannik winning the 4th set? Send me your suggestions. Is European chocolate better than US chocolate? Yes. That is an easy answer, obviously.
Okay, so now that we're we both got what we wanted. I'm not gonna have to have any break before the Challenger final in Tenerife, and you got the chocolate. What are we expecting from the rest of this match? What are we expecting from this 4th set that is about to start?
I have no idea, really.
Yeah, Mats Wilander is on my screen right now, and he's probably saying what he's expecting, but I don't care about his opinion enough to turn on the sound.
I like what he's doing with the towels. Kind of looks like a ghost.
Here I didn't have it on my screen yet. Wow, it's like more like a nun to me. That's weird. I'm sure there are like screenshots of it on Twitter already or something like that, because
I'm making one myself right now.
Yeah. It felt like something that people would instantly pre-screen. And
Oh, this one's even better with it over his cap.
This one, as in...
He's changed it so the towel's kind of over his cap now, so he looks sort of
here, okay. I see.
Encapsulated in this towel. Looks very intense.
So I suppose Tsitsipas must have gone to the toilet.
One of his infamous breaks.
There was last year. There was this because at the beginning of the year they were announcing the new toilet rules to the players. I think before the beginnings of matches, and Bublik was playing someone, and the umpire was like explaining it, and Bublik just said to the camera, "Thanks, Steph," or something like that. It's quite an achievement, to be so influential in tennis that they introduce a new rule because of you.
If you want to call it influential, sure. Oh, he's on his way back now.
Yeah.
Not a super long break this time. I don't think.
Although I don't know.
How long has it been?
She is looking. Orally Turt is looking at him. In quite funny. Is she gonna give him a violation? I don't know. I don't think
What's
so. Probably
so?
not yet.
How long is the allowed break now?
5, 3. I don't know. Something like that. It's stupid though. It shouldn't work like that. I understand that some players were abusing it, but sometimes the problem in the toilet can be well, can take a long time, right? Or
Yeah, sure.
maybe the toilet isn't at the same distance from from the courts in certain spaces. Even at tournaments, I mean, you don't have to have a toilet like next to the court. So I don't know. It just feels very weird. Last year at the Challenger in Seville, there was this like it's sort of related to that. The guy was defaulted for taking a shower because you're not allowed to take a shower during a break.
Yeah, that seems fair.
He was just well, it was on clay, and he just wanted to wash something off or something like that. And his opponent spotted that because he was also in the toilet, and he basically reported him. And yeah, it's super funny because on these non-commentary, well, just the camera behind the court streams, it was just impossible to realize what the hell's going on because they finished the first set, he went to the toilet, and then they come back, and suddenly everyone goes off the court, and I never for a long while no one even knew who won, and then yeah, then someone came, just found out about the story with the shower. Tennis is very weird sometimes with these rules that don't really have a purpose, it seems.
Yeah.
And this match is now 2 hours and 30 minutes long. I didn't even realize.
I know, I should have had like a cup of coffee or something before.
All right, because it's like 2:51 for you, right?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Nearly 3:00 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm almost at noon, so
That must be nice.
over the past 7 days, I've slept at so many different hours that right now my body doesn't even sleep like normally. I just go to bed for 3 hours, then I live for 10, then I go to bed for 2 hours, and like it's like that basically. So I'm also not like fully woken up.
Yeah.
I think I've slept 2 hours across the past 26 hours. I've slept 2, I think. So yeah.
That's rough. I tried to take last night off, and I went to bed fairly early at like 10:00, and I slept for a while, but then I woke up at 2 in the morning and couldn't fall back asleep until about 5. So I just turned on the
Yeah.
Murray match because I was like, I'm awake anyway. But that
Yeah,
was
that's
like that was,
exactly what tennis does to us. Yeah.
yeah. But it was not what I
Thankfully, just
intended.
1 month. Although you, I
Yeah.
guess, might have a harder time watching some events as well, right?
Wimbledon's easy
Okay.
because its coverage starts about 5 a.m. in California.
Okay.
So that I can usually, and that's usually broadcast pretty well here. So I can usually catch it. French Open, kind of the same thing, but it's on a different broadcasting network, which is a little more complicated to watch. So sometimes there are a lot of French Open matches that I miss. And then US Open is easy. So, yeah, Australia is definitely the most difficult
Yeah.
for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. There's like no part of the world that enjoys. Enjoys. We do enjoy Australia, but no part of the world that has a good relationship in that way with Australia, other than probably like Japan or something like that. But usually when there are even some lower tier events in Australia, they start at like 1 a.m. and the Japanese ones start at 4:30, 5 a.m. So I usually, even Japan is much better than Australia when it comes to tennis watching for me. But I think in Europe we generally have a pretty good sort of breakdown. I've on tennis Twitter, there's a guy who lives in Hawaii, and he basically watches everything on replay because no matter whether it's Europe, whether it's the States, he's just everything is never working out for him there.
Yeah. All right. Everybody's holding serve right now.
Oh, there's a return backhand return winner from Sinner who gets the first winner. Sinner who gets the first point of this game. By the way, there's also Azarenka playing Zhu later on. Are you at all excited about this match? Not really, right?
Not particularly, but I like Zhu's chances.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Because
not-
of the
I'm
Sakari
not
win?
just I'm not particularly a Azarenka fan.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I mean,
but I won't
guess-
be watching. No.
Yeah, I figured that's why I said that probably not really. Yeah, I might not watch as well. They've been doing this weird thing where like the last match of the day is one of the least interesting ones sort of like for Arena.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it was yesterday it was Lineta Alexandrova, which for me was exciting, but I mean I know like in general it was like Azarenka Zhu for most people. And I just wonder if that was what they were doing in the years before as well, but I don't think so. I don't know. It's also possible that because of the Kokinakis Mare match next year, the scheduling is gonna look a little different, I think.
Oh, I don't think they're gonna change anything.
I mean, there's gonna be some pressure from the players, right? Everyone's complaining basically about this, even people who didn't play that much. Oh, that was a very good chance for Sinner to get to 30 all, but he hit a couple of very similar forehand passing shots this match, but this time he just had the whole court wide open and sent it long. I think there's gonna be a lot of pressure from the players. I don't know.
I don't know. I hear the
Mhm.
same discourse every season, especially after Australia. I hear the
Really?
same thing. Yeah. Oh, I've been hearing this for years, and Murray's the most outspoken about it. I think about how it isn't really fair to make them play these ridiculous hours, and it isn't fair for the ball kids or the line judges or anybody. They've had the opportunity to change it for decades, and they won't. And Craig Tiley, I think, has made it clear that he doesn't really care about the well-being of players. He cares about, broadcasting and money and viewership. He does not care about the players.
Yeah, but then if you want viewership and like care about broadcasting, then the last match of the day that we can see in Europe, like a lot of people can see in Europe, it shouldn't be Azarenka Zhu. That's kind of surprising to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember really it being that much of a topic as it is this year, which is probably natural. But yeah,
They talk
maybe
about
like
it
you
with the
say.
U.S. Open too.
But there it was like what one match that finished this year, right? Sinner Alcaraz. But
Yeah.
in general, the US Open I think finishes. Although
No,
they do
there's
start
always
at 11
there's
a.m.
always one match that goes like late into the night, into the morning. It happens every year.
Yeah, I was just really surprised though because the latest finish at the U.S. Open is 250 something, but before this Alcaraz Sinner, but before this year it was 226, I think. And in Australia, it is still Hewitt Baghdati's 4:33. I just wonder, like, if there's any explanation for the difference, because I think they actually start the day session and the evening session at the same hour local time. So
Yeah, I don't know. I think it would take some sort of like player strike for them to change the scheduling.
the PTPA, maybe.
Yeah, well, if they actually decided to do something with their organization, yeah, I think it would take a strike.
Yeah, we started talking, and again, something happened in the meantime. There's a break point for Jannik Sinner. And Tsitsipas was 40-15 up. It has to be said. I think if he breaks me, maybe I'll try to rewind to a couple of these points that I completely missed, thinking about the US Open. There's a second serve. So this is another one of these opportunities that Jannik Sinner has missed a lot of. Oh, Tsitsipas was trying to do the gutsy serve and volley on the second serve trick, so, if you may. And Sinner does not make the pass. This time he was standing so far behind too. This is the side where last time he hit a great backhand return winner down the line. This time he tried to take it completely different in a completely different way. Last time it was at the end of set 3, but still fairly recently.
Ooh, nice.
Like an 8th forehand drop shot winner from Sinner today.
I think Sinner's playing with a lot more confidence now, which is nice to see.
All that confidence isn't gonna give him much if he can't start taking these breakpoints. Although I guess in the last set he just generated enough of them so that one finally. Yeah, if he keeps generating 10 of them, then he's gonna.
We'll get one eventually.
Yeah. Will it be this one? This one is the question.
Cross court rally. Oh, and Tsitsipas hits a drop shot, but Sinner's there. Oh, and Tsitsipas can't get it back, and he gets the break.
All right, so we might be going to a 5th if Sinner holds 4 times.
If maybe I should do another.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, what exactly should or maybe I should do something, but I don't know. I just returned home after a week spent at Bonn at Talking Tennis Towers, and I don't even have anything, like no chocolates, no no pizza, no nothing.
Okay. If Sinner wins the will continue to a 5th, I can try. I can certainly try. If Sinner wins this 4th set, I will wake my sleeping dogs and rush them over to the screen so you can all admire how cute they are for the 5th set. That will be the manifestation for this set. It's not a huge payout, but it's something.
Our votes in the chat have Tsitsipas at 56%, which seems low to me. When was that poll done? So it was about 10 minutes ago, it seems. Yeah. I mean, maybe Sinner is on the second season. I don't know. I don't think he is, but I can try to find it. Maybe.
I'm surprised that he wasn't, and I'm surprised that Korda wasn't.
Maybe they didn't want that sort of invigilation.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think in general, like the top guys, I think they probably really wouldn't go for it for that reason. There was this in Paris last year. There was this famous photo when, or it was actually a video when some guy from the Djokovic camp was making him like a homemade supplement in the crowd, and like they were basically being very mysterious about it because they
Oh,
didn't
I
want
remember that.
anyone, yeah, they didn't want anyone to see, of course, what's like in there, not because it was like some doping substance, which is what a lot of people, including like big journalist accounts, suggested. And well, where I'm going with this is that I think trade secrets would probably be worth more to them than being in a Netflix show. So maybe this is why, because I saw some criticism of the show that they're basically like taking average players and making making stuff about them, and it was supposed to bring the stars of the new generation to the screen. Um, I don't know.
I don't think they picked the wrong people. I don't think they picked average players because, I mean, Rude did make 2 Grand Slam finals. Granted, he hadn't at that time. He hadn't actually made the French Open final when they started filming him. But I don't think Felix was maybe a little like, why? He hasn't done a whole lot.
He's young.
Yeah, he's young and he's cute.
I mean, they were definitely going for a certain age group there.
Yes, for sure.
It's not gonna be Stan Wawrinka. It's not gonna be. I don't know.
Yeah, I understand why they picked the people that they did. They probably talked to some tennis, journalists who were like, who are the up and comers for this year? And just gave them an itemized list and they just picked off of that.
Someone mentioned Badosa.
Yeah.
I guess.
I mean, that's the thing about the sport though, right? Like you can make all these predictions based on how people play and how they come up, and then it can all change in a second. Like this tournament. So that my guess is that they were given a list of like the up and comers who everyone predicted these people are going to have great years, and then half of them didn't, because that's just the way the sport works. And then they're like, how do we make this interesting? How do we make this look cool? All these losers. They're not losers, but like all these people that we picked losing, how do we make it look good still? So
yeah, this is I've just realized I'm pretty tired, but well,
yeah, it's starting to hit me a little bit.
Yeah. I just realized that I have no idea where we like how this conversation even started about breakpoints.
Actually.
Yeah. Started looking at Tsitsipas, looking at Sinner, and I was like, no, that can't be it. Okay. Anyway, Sinner has a game point for 3-1. There was I think like a 15-30 for Tsitsipas. John must be very surprised about it because I think he was basically had the idea that Tsitsipas can't even take a set, or Sinner can't even take a set or something like that. When we did sort of round 4 preview show, which was a part of the stream, but it was like very very focused on all the round 4 matchups. And John was like ultra confident in Stefanos Tsitsipas. Perhaps he's actually the Stefanos Tsitsipas fan, and he's just he's just blaming putting the focus on me, just trying to sort of hide, fly under the radar. That's a great return winner from Sinner, and he is definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. That's true. Tsitsipas isn't really that sort of doesn't really have the energy though, right? Like he's lost a bit of that dynamic attacking game that he had in the first 2 sets, which is kind of surprising because so far in this event we definitely haven't seen him struggle. And I guess as we were bringing up earlier, he still has not lost a match in the year 2023. Oh, there's the first yawn. When we were doing the first show on Saturday, we were like, waiting for the first yawns. Yeah, that Tsitsipas backhand is breaking down heavily now. First serve points won this set just 42%. Of course, it's just the third game, so this stat is kind of, well, the sample size isn't that huge, but he's definitely, looking kind of like out of energy. I'm not saying he's like super tired or anything, but there's just no pep in his step or whatever.
Is this the first time he's dropped a set in the tournament?
Yep.
Yeah.
Played a couple of tiebreakers, I think, with Greek Sport and with Alice, but no, otherwise he didn't drop a set. Otherwise, yeah. He didn't drop a set, simply. But that's probably going to be a fifth set coming, because Sinner has a couple of breakpoints after yet another backhand error from Tsitsipas. I suppose they might be piling up. At least that's what it seems in the last couple of games. That's the only match right now. Oh yeah, everything else has ended, by the way. On okay, okay, that wasn't him. Tsitsipas, I guess, thought he had the point, but what happened? Like, was it a let? I think it was.
I think it was a let. Well, yeah, he just hit an ace, so 30-40.
That was very, very close to being out as well. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. In by a hair.
Okay, I think I just realized why it doesn't go that long and at the US Open. Well, basically, the Arthur Ashe Stadium, the day session is just 2 matches. It starts an hour later than the second and third court and so on. So maybe that's the reason. Actually, I wasn't sure if it was like 4 matches or. Yeah, because the I guess the all the action starts at 11 a.m. local time as well, just like in Australia. But on center, it actually starts at noon. I forgot about that. So that makes sense now that Australia is the one with the record for the latest finish. Definitely not Wimbledon and Roland Garros, since they have a curfew there.
Really quick rally going on, and Tsitsipas ends up hitting a forehand way out. So Sinner has another break point.
Yeah, this is Sinner is definitely playing better, but it's a pretty weird turnaround as well. I don't understand really why Tsitsipas is struggling so much, especially as he seems to be a bit down physically. I think it might be time to start looking for the stat, like who won 2 matches in a row from 2 sets to love down.
I think what happens with Tsitsipas is he loses his mental confidence easily. And I think that's where his sort of missteps happen in this match, at least. It's not back to deuce. Oh, and Sinner hits it long, and it's adds Tsitsipas.
I'm pretty sure at the 2012 Wimbledon, someone won 2 matches in a row from coming back like that. Or maybe it was Roland Garros. I will try to find something on that, but at first, let's see if Tsitsipas clinches the game. He does. If he went down a double break there, I'd honestly just tank a couple of games if I were him and play the fifth. Although, yeah, he knows how he feels physically.
Yeah.
Because maybe, it's looking kind of weird for him, but maybe it's actually... maybe he actually knows he's going to be fine and that he has a lot of reserves. Yeah, now we get a press conference from Lehechka on Eurosport. But we're now back live. And Sinner will serve at 5-4 in... 3-2. Points played on serve. Oh, that could be maybe an issue. Because we also have a stat about points played on serve. And Sinner has played 96, while Tsitsipas has played 129. Maybe this could be one of the issues why he's feeling it physically a little bit. He's serving about 33 times more, 33 times percent. 33% more times than Sinner. So that could be a thing. Of course, that's all related also to Jannik's breakpoint struggles because that's why the games went so long and on the Tsitsipas serve most of the time. Jannik misses that backhand down the line, so there's gonna be the first point. The first point of the game will go to Tsitsipas. I have to say though that Tsitsipas is not looking particularly convincing. And before this match, I said that I was like I was gonna watch him here and sort of from there start thinking about what he can do against Lehechka. But yeah, right now, honestly, with either, I see the chance for the youngster. But of course, with every match, there could be more and more pressure on him, and the fact that he fared well with it on Sunday does not mean he will do that on Tuesday.
$15 all. Tsitsipas hits a return long. It's 30-15. Oh, was that out?
I was responding to a message, but I'll see
Oh,
now.
sorry.
I think you are a
I think it
little.
was out.
I think it was, yes.
Tsitsipas hit a backhand down the line that went long, and he seems very upset about it. He was going like, "What? What?" So seems upset.
40-15 Sinner. just if he gets that done, that would be just 2 more holes to get us to a deciding set, which in which case both me and Isabel will basically be dying out of fatigue, exhaustion, and other things.
We're already
Uh,
fading a little.
Yeah, I mean, I still need to watch that Challenger final, so it will be a couple of hours more for me, but at least I won't have to talk about it at first.
You at least have the benefit of daylight.
That's true.
It's 3:20 in the morning for me.
Well, you're gonna go to sleep and you're gonna wake up for the next day of Australian Open action, basically.
Yeah, I'll probably I've been getting up at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon these days, which I don't like because the sun goes down at like 4 p.m.
Yeah, in the winter, that can be rough. When Mari Kokinakis were on and we had the stream,
Oh my God.
we finished at like 6 p.m. I think.
I wish that I had woken up for that match because I watched the first set and then I think I fell asleep and I woke up at 9 o'clock in the morning and they were still playing.
So what was the score when you woke up?
They were just starting the fifth set.
Ah, well, so no, I guess the third set was the most important, and the fifth. Yeah, so you missed some important things there.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe that it was a regular hour.
Yeah,
in my time, and they were still playing.
yeah. I mean, any day basically we were finishing at about 2 p.m., 3 p.m. like just that, and
that was a great point in the match for a love 30 lead.
Yeah, back in Smash. Sinner is really like dominating that match now.
Yeah,
and there's a very
I was like, wow, how did he hit that smash backwards? It's lovely. Very cool. Tsitsipas looks really ticked off about losing.
Yeah, it's just so weird. I mean, maybe he also doesn't really like understand what's going on. He was doing fine, and now he just can't seem to get anything going.
Yeah, he just hit a forehand wide, I think.
Can't really hit for Sinner. Can't stick around with him in longer rallies. So it's triple breakpoint down, and if Sinner breaks, he will serve for the match after the changeover.
Serve for the set.
Oh yeah, serve for the set. I said match. Yeah.
I know. We wish he was serving for the match.
sort of. Yeah. At this point, I kind of would. But we'll see about that. I guess if Tsitsipas loses this game pretty quickly and then Sinner serves it out, then it's not the worst. It's still manageable. Then I will have to take a bit of a nap before the last challenger final of the day in Piracicaba, Brazil. Being unemployed is good.
Are you also unemployed?
Depends. I mean, I earn some money, but it's like not. I still qualify as unemployed in like a certain sense. I am. Yeah.
Are you a student?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah. Soon I'm not going to be anymore though, and I will have to make some decisions and stuff, and that's kind of scary.
You've been there. Oh wow. Tsitsipas, it's a really big serve to get up to 40 to deuce. Excuse me.
So just can't take any breakpoints.
No.
Even if they would have guaranteed us the fifth set. In this set, he's 1 out of 8. But this is exactly what we were talking about like half an hour ago. That if he just keeps creating 10 breakpoints a set, then he's eventually gonna take one. That's basically what Jannik Sinner is doing here. I'm gonna
Yeah.
see how many he had in the third, but it was also like 1 out of 7, probably 1 out of 10 actually in the third. Yeah, and
I
this
think
set he's
it's
already 1 out of 8.
I think it's more important for him to hold serve right now rather than capitalize on the breaks that he
It's
gets.
probably been a while since Tsitsipas had any inroads on his serve. That in the third set there was that one free game or something like that where he had one chance to break back, and since then Sinner has been holding very easily. To love. That was the third set still. To love to 30 to 15. Yeah, basically in the past 5 Sinner service games he's lost 3 points.
Yep. Tsitsipas held there with a huge serve. So it's 4-3. Is anyone still watching our stream, or did you all go to bed too?
Not everyone is living in California, you know, the sunny state. But you say only until 4 p.m. Let me. I'll check that because I think even John has gone to sleep.
Yeah.
Although Roberto Bazzanella commented on Facebook 3 minutes ago for the Sinner, so at least we know that Roberto is watching. Well, apparently there are 3 viewers, so
We really appreciate you. You 3
yes.
viewers.
One of them is probably John, although if he's in StreamYard,
Oh, he
then
just said, I'm
nah,
still here.
he is still
He's
here.
still here.
It would have been a better story if you also fell asleep, and then one of us fell asleep. The other tried to keep going and then also fell asleep, and then the stream would just keep going with the image of you sleeping, me sleeping, and yeah, and I guess
I
the
did,
match score.
yeah. I did have to leave the stream earlier in the week because I was like literally dozing off screen. And I was like, I gotta go. And I just immediately went to bed.
Yeah, for us it was easier, because we were just sitting together in one room, so that was easier to stay awake. But there was a moment when John, I think, went for a nap, and we were sitting with Mario and Jack, and I was like, yeah, I was about to doze off basically. But once you fight through the crisis, it's good. Then you're already much better. Yeah, and Sinner is very much, halfway into another easy service hold. He is 30 level up. It's been a long, long while since Tsitsipas made any inroads on his serve, and that seems to be going still.
Maybe he's trying to conserve his energy for his own service games since he's having trouble.
But he's down a break. I don't think that makes sense.
I don't know. I'm just talking.
Talking tennis.
Just
Yeah, I probably it was worth trying, but who knows if it wasn't better for him to actually lose the set on the spot in the previous game. Just not even have this game, not even have the next one. But of course, maybe he will break in the next game. He could even break in this one, as Sinner as that serve was not an ace and it is a second serve.
oh,
Maybe
Tsitsipas
Tsitsipas
hits
isn't
it
done yet.
long.
No, apparently he is done in this set already. So it's now 5-3 Sinner. In the
5-3.
last 6 Sinner service games, Tsitsipas won just 3 points. So he's really not coming close to breaking at all.
Our
I'm
viewers
gonna
are
see.
this close to seeing my dogs.
All right, I forgot about this.
1 game away.
Yeah,
So
John says
hang in there, guys.
John is afraid that this is gonna end in about 5 hours. Well, I don't think it's a Mare Kokinakis. Let me say that. At least the sets have been fairly quick.
Yeah.
That Hurkacz Korda 5-setter was super quick today, right? But that's because of the lopsided scorelines in sets.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a long 5 sets.
Yeah, I think it was like over
only
3 hours.
3.5 hours, I think, was the total. I think they're both hitting a lot quicker. I think.
No, maybe if you're a sport tells
Seems
me
like
that.
See, it looks as though on my screen they're hitting the ball a little earlier, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's just my feed.
Yeah, maybe the feed is it has to make up for some time that lost, and it's forward.
Yeah.
Actually, that would work the other way around, I think. Yes, this is probably the best stream in the history of the channel. So if you like it, I don't understand why, but if you don't,
We're doing really well.
there are better streams, definitely. Anything from the past week, I think was better. Today, it's
I can't believe Damien doesn't like my commentary.
No, I don't like my commentary today. I mean, I don't like my state.
I'm
That I'm in.
not a fan of mine either. I feel delirious.
It's 4-0 up for Tsitsipas in the 3-5 game, so it
Seems
looks
like an
like
easy
he's just
hold for
gonna
him.
cruise, yeah. And he does indeed, which means that Sinner will serve for the set in about a minute or a minute and a half, since I guess this is like the TV changeover or whatever. All right, I was about to ask. I was about to check because after the first set, or maybe like in the middle of the second set, John showed us a tweet from Gil Gross, who said that this was a phenomenal match. I wonder if he still says that. And I can't find him in the Twitter search engine. I've heard this very recently with everyone. Whenever I try to type in someone that I follow into the search engine, they just don't show up. And it's really hard for me to find them. I don't understand why that
odd.
happens. But anyway, I just found him. Okay, that was his last tweet.
Okay.
So I don't know. Maybe I'm gonna see if he maybe replied to anything since then. Nah, not really, I suppose.
Apparently, they made a joke about the Murray match on Saturday Night Live this week.
Oh,
which was a couple hours ago.
Huge.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. I'm only seeing a little video of it.
Wow.
Which is funny because I think the last time they made a joke on SNL about tennis, it was last year's Australian Open when Djokovic got deported out of the country.
Yeah, pretty comparable. Historical events. Okay, there's the first point for Tsitsipas in that Jannik Sinner service game. Maybe we won't get to see the dogs today. Oh, and there's another phenomenal stat from... Oh, and that's actually what I was talking about earlier. That it's very surprising that Tsitsipas is hitting like 60% of his ground strokes as forehands, but apparently not anymore in sets 3 and 4. Now it's basically the same, even 51% from his backhand side. So that also could be a big factor in why Sinner is turning it around. Although I still think like if he was moving a little bit more, a little bit better, he probably would be able to make some of these into forehands. But he has been looking down on energy, that's for sure. Sinner hit a great serve to get it to 15 all. And he's 3 points away from taking the set. Now just 2. Another game where he just fires up a few aces in a row. Is that what you're gonna see?
Is that a double fault? I think so.
No.
Oh yeah, just out. So center double faults, 30 all. All right, he's got a set point. Tsitsipas hit a return long. 40-30 set point for Sinner.
Very close to seeing the dogs. Woof woof.
I'm telling you, manifestation, it really works.
So I guess you.
There you go. Tsitsipas hits a return long. Sinner takes the 4th set. How exciting!
Yeah, I guess you kind of screwed us over, actually. Like, that wasn't supposed to happen. Why did you manifest for Sinner to win this one? But the viewers, is this the moment?
Oh, hang on. They are asleep, so I did have to wake them up. Oh, woo! Here we go. Here's one sleepy dog. See?
Oh, that's what you came here for. If not for the chocolate?
Yeah. Sinner won the 4th set. It means we're going to a 5th set. Aren't you excited about that? It's very exciting stuff. You're on Talking Tennis Live.
We can kind of hear him doing something with his mouth. I'm not exactly sure what.
Oh, he's just... Yeah.
I'm pretty sure all the viewers must have left by now.
This is where we're at. I would get the other dog, but he's actually still asleep. He's a little bit deaf, so...
Maybe if Sinner wins the 5th set.
Yes, if he wins the match.
Hopefully in like 20 minutes.
Yeah, just close it out real quick. Still trying to be on camera. All right, we're starting the 5th set. It did not look like we were going to be here at the beginning of this match.
What's the answer for Steph? If he comes back to the net, he'll get passed, stays back, he gets pummeled in a backhand exchange. Asks Matthew de Souza. Yeah, it is actually very hard. I just think that he has been somewhat down on energy, and with that, it's going to be hard for him to win this match. Oh, was that the first point of the set? Oh Jesus. Yeah, when it comes to approaching the net, he hasn't been choosing his directions as well as he's been in the first 2 sets. He just gives Sinner pretty easy passes most of the time. Yeah, and as long as he's staying back, yeah, he gets that back, he gets into that backhand exchange, and it's super hard for him to get out of this with the backhand that he has. I guess he would need to try to be more aggressive. I mean that's always the answer here. I think try to play like in the opening set. Maybe he has conserved some energy. I don't know. Maybe he'll start moving like he was. Try to find some more of that explosive footwork if he has any reserves, and yeah, definitely not staying back. That does not seem to be the plan. It hasn't been working, and even if he'll get past sometimes, I mean, at least he's giving himself a chance. And as I think in that 3-5 game, he played a couple of decent forehands. Well, now he tries to introduce a sort of a Sinner-like drop shot, you'd say, after this match, but he does not land it. It ends in the net. I was just trying to find. Yeah, in the fourth set, Tsitsipas was at the net 8 times and won 6 points. But sometimes it's kind of In the third, he was there a lot, 13, a lot of 13. I guess in the whole match it's gonna be a pretty huge number already. Yeah, 26 out of 38. Sinner is 4 out of 26 on breakpoints. They've actually taken the same amount of breakpoints, but Tsitsipas needed just 5 opportunities, and Sinner 26. He's at 15%, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, it's really hard to tell what happened to Tsitsipas, that he just sort of had this crisis and he doesn't seem to get out of it.
I think that happens to him a lot, really.
I guess. Yeah, sure. I mean, we had that round 1 at the US Open last year, where he lost to Galan, which was for the first 2 sets it was just absurdly poor for a player who's, I don't know, in the top 5 or 10 at the time. Trying to remember what he did at the slams last year as well. Lost to Rune at Roland Garros.
And he got 2
fine,
sets. He was up 2 sets on Novak in that Roland Garros final, and he still managed to bungle that. So
you must really hate him for that.
I wasn't happy. But that was before Tsitsipas, denounced feminism. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, right. I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah. I was still a fan of his then.
Mm-hmm. So that's why you're no longer that Tsitsipas fan.
That is why I'm not a Tsitsipas. It's true. Recovering. I would love it if these ATP players would stop being so problematic off court. They just can't stop talking about certain political issues on Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I usually just don't care. I watch them on the court. I don't really need to. But yeah, that goes with me. Being like ultra neutral and don't care really who wins either any match basically. So I guess that's natural then. Another forehand drop shot winner from Sinner. This has been a very, very much a staple in this match. Well, I guess we're still on serve, so Tsitsipas is of course serving first in this match, so maybe he doesn't even need to do that much. Just try to focus on his own service games and then see if anything comes along. Which it could, of course, when there's more pressure on Sinner, and if we get to a situation like a 4-5, 5-6, that's when the pressure could amount on Sinner and potentially make him do something stupid. Or maybe we get another set when Sinner has 10 breakpoints and Tsitsipas had none. That's very possible as well. Anyway, it's 1 game all. Tsitsipas to serve. he does get the first point.
Do we think that Tsitsipas would benefit from a haircut?
I know my mom was always like, she didn't like the way he looked, like the vintage sort of 1970s vibe did not well sit right with her.
Mhm.
I honestly don't care.
If we have any viewers want to weigh in, should Tsitsipas get a haircut? Would that improve his game? I guess I don't really mind it either. I was really into it when he first kind of hit the scene. My mother is a big fan of Jannik Sinner, so she's hoping for he'll win.
And then maybe she can get to see his next match.
Yes, exactly.
Although in Australia it's not likely. I guess if he gets, I don't even know how they're playing. Like, are the men's quarterfinals on one day, or are they switching it up? I think they're switching it up for the semis, so that the men's quarterfinals are on Friday and the women's quarterfinals are on Thursday. So I guess Sinner will be playing Tuesday.
That's like Monday
And
evening for me, though.
yeah, Monday
Yeah.
evening, right? Or Monday at
busy
night
that
if
night.
it's in the day session.
I got
Yeah,
plans for Monday night, so I won't be able to watch.
Sinner Lehečka or Tsitsipas Lehečka. We'll see.
You never know.
Yeah, he's still winning quite a lot of 3 points on serve. Of course, he had that net approach at well, in the first point of this game that definitely made Matthew happy. If he, I don't know, he actually wasn't suggesting him to go to the net and get past. So maybe actually his tone kind of maybe suggests that he didn't think it was a good option. But yeah, Tsitsipas played that earlier in the game, of course, and now he wraps it up with another
He's
good
hitting some
serve.
really big serves.
Yeah, and I guess that's the thing about the fifth set, right? He doesn't really need to do that much. Just hold, and maybe at some point Sinner cracks, or maybe they just get to a 10-point tiebreaker, in which case we will be very fatigued.
Yeah.
But that's fine.
I keep actually forgetting that I'm still on the stream.
No. We're just Skyping and watching that Tsitsipas.
I get wrapped up in the replays that they're showing. And I'm like, oh, I'm still streaming. I should be talking.
Yeah, this is definitely the best stream in the history of the channel.
So good. Okay, we're back. Sinner serving.
Thank you. Thank you, Tennis, that you're back.
Okay, first serve. And it's quite a long. Was that
another Jocko smash from Sinner, because I just got a message on like a group chat a while ago. Jocko smash from Sinner, which was, I think, related to the first point of the set, and now we get another one.
He's had 2 bad smashes so far. Whew.
I heard the first yawn. Or maybe it
Oh,
wasn't the first.
I've had a few.
Earlier you were just better at covering it up. And it's a double fault from Sinner, so maybe indeed
Oh no.
he is gonna be the one to crack first. It's love 30 down. I'm wondering who I would rather see in the quarters, and it's probably Tsitsipas. Sounds more exciting to me, Tsitsipas Lehečka than Sinner Lehečka, to be honest with you. But
I have no
I
idea
guess I
anymore.
don't really mind either way. Did Tsitsipas play no? It's impossible that Tsitsipas played Lehečka. It's just my brain coming up with some weird match that never happened. No, he did Rotterdam. Yeah, I knew something like that happened. That was like a breakout run of Lehečka last year. The semifinals of a ATP 500 in Rotterdam, and he lost to Tsitsipas there in 3 sets. So he already
Tsitsipas has triple break point here.
Yeah, that's been a pretty terrible game from Jannik Sinner here. A missed smash, a double fault, and now also a pretty simple error if I returned to the page in time, right?
I did not expect Sinner to crack first.
He is down on the scoreboard, you know. Of course, it's just he only needs to hold to cover that, but still, it matters, I guess, especially in a deciding set.
Oh.
Yeah. The phenomenal backhand of Stefanos Tsitsipas strikes again when he needed it most as well.
Why doesn't he change his backhand if it's not a helpful shot for him?
To what?
I don't know. A different backhand. It's his way. It's not a good shot for him. You should change it.
Yeah, changing technique at like this stage of career is ultra tough. It would usually just mean that for at least a few months you're gonna have worse results, and there's like no guarantee that you're gonna improve them. So basically, no one does that. Gulbis changed his forehand like a billion times, but I mean, basically no one does that. It's just a big risk without any. Oh, Sinner plays a great point and is very, pumping himself up for the next one as well. He saved 2 breakpoints. Now it's actually Sinner's turn to save breakpoints, not waste them, as it turns out.
I don't know
We're
if you
hearing
guys
some woofs.
Yeah, that's one of my dogs asleep and barking.
He's doing that
in his sleep.
He's barking in his sleep. Wow.
Yes, he's dreaming.
So it's like the dog version of snoring? Or?
It's the dog version of talking in your sleep.
Talking in your sleep, yeah, more like, okay, yeah. Because snoring, I guess, is when you don't have air. And Sinner fires a big serve to get to deuce. This match is going pretty crazy. You should be enjoying this, right? There's a lot of drama.
Am, yeah. I'm gonna listen into the crowd and see how they're feeling. Because sometimes that just the intensity for me. All right, second serve from Jannik. And a missed drop shot from Tsitsipas. Nets that drop shot.
It's actually John's fault, so he won't be angry at us for doing the worst stream ever, because he was he's telling me about Tsitsipas, how he's gonna win this match so easily, how he beat him last year, and he's pretty sure it's gonna happen again, and he failed to tell me that this match was gonna last over 4 hours.
I don't think this is the worst stream we've done. Like, I feel fine. I mean, I don't think. I mean, we're talking. We're vibing. It's great.
Yeah, no, I'm
We're
having fun.
awake, you know.
I'm having fun.
Like,
I just kind of wonder how would anyone want to watch this when I'm like super
I don't
sleepy.
know. Our
You're
friends,
sleepy as well.
our friends
I
are
mean,
watching.
our friends, yeah, our friends could watch it for sure. That's for sure.
Sinner takes that game.
Maybe your mom should watch the stream because she
My
doesn't know what's
mom
happening.
has a job, so she goes to bed pretty
She goes to
early.
bed.
Sometimes my father will
Watch the stream.
watch the stream
Oh,
when he has internet. But tonight is not one of those nights.
to be honest, at this rate, maybe your mom wakes up for work. And,
Honestly,
you know,
if this match goes on until 5 a.m., like she's gonna wake up and I'm still gonna be here.
it's only an hour and 5 minutes. It would
Yeah.
require some extremely long deuce games, but
Yeah.
it's not
Or a
beyond the realm
crazy
of
tiebreak.
possibility or a crazy tiebreak. I mean, theoretically, a tennis match is has unlimited duration.
Still got some woofs going on. Whew, okay. Tsitsipas serving. And Sinner returns long. Dirty love. His first serve is down the tee, gets it back, but Tsitsipas hits it wide. 30-15.
I'll try to make myself useful and I don't know, look at some stats.
And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make myself useful and dictate the points, which I am not historically that great at.
Yeah, it is pretty hard. I also struggled at it. I did have a lot of practice this week, but I still don't feel like it's my strength really.
Yeah. On Sinner's goes log. 2015. Second serve is out. First serve is out. Second serve into the corner, gets it back. Forehand, backhand cross court from Tsitsipas, trading backhands. Drop shot forehand from Sinner, but Tsitsipas gets to it and but he hits it long. Tsitsipas holds.
Looks like Tsitsipas is basically finding almost all his first serves this set. That's actually what I was trying to refer to the stats to. It's 13 out of 15. Although I still don't have the hold here. Even the Australian Open website, it seems to be sort of screwing up. Yeah, 88%, 14 out of 16, which is also, of course, part of why he's been holding so easily and this set so far. Of course, he had a couple of, 3 consecutive breakpoints on the Sinner serve in the Italian's last service game, but wasn't really able to create anything on them.
We have a hater in the comments coming at us. I'm not going to put any of those comments on screen, but I just want to point out that if you don't like tennis, why are you watching it? Like, what a waste of time, man. If you don't like tennis, don't tune in.
Yeah, I see it. Just 6 people, so I guess our viewership doubled since we asked chat. And yeah, We're reading comments actually, so
Yeah.
basically responding to everything. So I don't know what you're talking about, mate.
If you
Tennis is
you
actually
don't,
a sheet sport. Sometimes I agree, yeah.
but
Actually,
like if you really think that, I recommend you do something else with your time.
yeah, based on the first message, I think I can kinda know what sort of interest this person has in the match.
Oh, and Sinner nets a forehand. Love 15.
Yeah, suddenly it's Sinner who's looking more shaky, which is a bit of a surprise. But it's not like Tsitsipas has raised his level, I don't think. He's just been getting a lot of good serves in. And yeah, Sinner's providing the errors on boys on balls like that. Which was of course not really a tough one.
All right, first serve is out. Second serve into the corner. Trading forehands. Oh wow, Tsitsipas is really going for it, and
Yeah.
he hits a backhand that Sinner returns long. So oh dear, love 30.
And that was good. Like he from the very first shot, really, when he ran around that backhand, it was of course needed to play a very good return to not to be punished for it. But then he started stepping into the court, very dynamic again, sort of what we were seeing in the opening set. And even if he got that one ball to the backhand, he was still in a good enough position in the rally to capitalize, even with his weakness that he should change. And Sinner is serving at love 30 down. Maybe we get a love 40 again. And we do.
Oh dear.
Another big forehand return from Tsitsipas. Sinner doesn't handle it well. And it's 3 break points again. Tsitsipas is definitely feeling a bit better now. Just, I don't know, maybe he's like smelling blood. Because it really seems like that Sinner is now not really there mentally, not stepping up to the challenge in the mental way, and Tsitsipas is definitely making an effort to be more proactive. Oh, but he slips for like the 5th time this match. This baby looked even a little dangerous, but it seems like he's fine. He grabbed his kneecap and yeah, it's okay. He is just preparing for the next point.
Oh, he might have skinned his knee a little.
Yeah, Murray in the Kokinakis match played with blood on his knee, right?
Yeah, I remember that. All right, let's see. His first serve is an ace.
Yeah, it's an ace.
Here we go. Gotta hold just one more time, man. All right, first serve is in. Trading some forehands, backhand from Sinner, forehand from Tsitsipas, cross court.
That's out.
Whoa, which one was out? Oh, I
Sinners.
missed it. Sinners.
Anyway, yeah, Tsitsipas is 4-2 up. That was like a forehand at the middle, more or less. It was out, and now we have Tsitsipas upper break in the 5th. I don't. Yeah, it's the first break I think he's gotten since.
It's not good.
Did he get like a break at the beginning of the 3rd set, maybe, or am I?
I don't really remember anymore.
I don't know. In the 4th, he definitely didn't break. I'll check it in a second, of course. Oh no, there were a lot of breakpoints. So yeah, basically he hasn't broken since the game at 4-all in the second set. Now he's got it. Now he's got a break. He's gonna serve. Yeah, he's already won a point while I was checking that. And based on how his games have been looking in set 5, he might be on his way to making it a 5-2 advantage. Love up in his service game now.
Love.
Yeah, it's an ace down to T. Nothing Sinner can really do. In general, this game has been very straightforward, and there wasn't really much that the Italian could try. Not much he got a racket on, basically. And we'll see if there's another point like that. This time there is some play. And net court helps Sinner a bit, and Tsitsipas shines the backhand, as usual.
That fantastic backhand of his.
No, there was a net court. He had to react pretty quickly. These facial expressions are pretty funny from Philippoussis and Apostolos Tsitsipas. Apostolos was definitely unhappy about the way Steph was trying to produce his backhand motion here, but he gets a good serve in. It doesn't matter if you have a backhand; it matters if your serve is good. That's modern men's tennis for you, right there. In one sentence. Anyway, 5-2 up. 3 hours 50 minutes of action, and we're coming to an end. Maybe. It might not mean that you're not gonna see. I mean, it might mean that you're not gonna see Isabel's second dog, though. If Tsitsipas wins this, I think they've probably seen it or him. How do you say? What's the pronouns for dogs? Because I remember writing at like an exam, like a big like federal exam in Poland. There was a question about an ostrich, and I wrote himself, and the right answer was itself, and I got 98% on that test. It was the only mistake I made, and it still haunts me to this day because it was like super easy. You know, the English exams were extremely easy for anyone who like had any knowledge. But yeah, I screwed up.
I guess if the ostrich wasn't specifically gendered, it would have been.
Yeah, and it wasn't also, you know, like an ostrich that you possess. It wasn't your pet, basically, which is where I think you could sort of, you know, say that this is my pet. I treat him as a human being, not as an it.
Well, my
not as
dogs
an animal.
identify as he, hims, both of them.
Yeah.
I think I've only had the one on, the little white one on the stream a couple of times. The black one, not so much. Okay, let's see if Sinner can get out of this. Oh, there's something on the court. Oh, it's sweat. Swipe.
Yeah. Tsitsipas was basically too sweaty because of his long hair, which we were wondering a few minutes ago whether he should cut. I mean, were we? I don't know.
Pose the question. Can Sinner get out of this?
That's another question that has been posed, and let's see what's the answer. This time we don't have to wonder. This time we can just see. And yeah, he was the first point
here, but can he break him in the next game? Who knows?
It will be interesting to see if Tsitsipas coincidentally breaks a sweat here. If he's gonna try to win some longer rallies here, or just maybe focus on the next game, which is what players sometimes do in this spot.
Yeah.
But it's kind of risky, though.
Oof.
Well, I guess
Sinner.
it's fair to say that Tsitsipas is not focusing on the next game. He is going to try to get the break here.
Yeah. And Sinner just hitting a bad rogue forehand.
I wonder how local Duke is doing, whether he still thinks Tsitsipas is not great.
He might have taken my advice and gone to find
Oh,
something else
maybe
to watch.
you changed his life, maybe, yeah. Turn on the stream and...
All right, first serves in. Nice 1-2 punch there from Sinner, 40-15. I'm starting to get to that point of being tired where like you can't really tell if you're really tired or if you're just really hungry.
Oh, I didn't even know there is the point like that. But
There's always a point. There's always a point for me where like I'm so tired that I start to feel hungry.
I'm actually really tired and really hungry right now. But I think I'm actually really hungry though. Like I haven't eaten since midnight or something like that. So I think that's it.
Oh, there's a bug on the court. Sinner is getting rid of.
Jannik Sinner, tennis player.
Bug catcher.
Yeah.
All right, he serves. It's a bit wide. Second serve. Oh, God. He hits it wide. Hits the return wide. 40-30. More bugs on the court. Oh my goodness. Messy court tonight. All right, first serve, let. Is that a let?
I'm not sure. I
No,
got
I
distracted.
think that was second service.
Yeah,
Okay.
anyway, that was the second.
Oh,
And Tsitsipas throws at the return, which means we're going to that ninth game of the fifth set, which could be the one to decide it all, and let us out of our misery. Yeah, I guess when I think, come to think of it, this hasn't been probably the worst stream in the history of the channel. It's just a very sleepy one.
yeah.
It's slow paced. Nothing,
Yeah.
not much is happening.
I'm just
But
ready to collapse in bed here.
now let's get ready for some action. It's the last game. We can use all our energy reserves to try to give you the best accurate description of it. Yes, Tsitsipas was controlling the point of his forehand there, but eventually sort of let Sinner get back into it. But the Italian committed an unforced error, sent them backhand long down the middle, and Tsitsipas is 3 points to the good. Maybe he can, maybe he can find another one of these aces or first serves down T that, just big first serves that he's been putting in the whole set 5. He does, and Sinner does not make the return. Although it was pretty close, it was more or less at the body, the serve from Tsitsipas. Is he still on such high percentage? That cannot be right. Maybe. According to the Australian Open website, he's still at like 92% first serves in. and that's
Hmm.
usually the website isn't wrong, but I don't know. When I see some things like that, I question them. But I suppose it might be the case.
Tsitsipas hits a forehand long, 30-15. The crowd is kind of rowdy. First
There's a lot
serves
of-
in. Good forehand from Tsitsipas for a match point. Oh dear.
If only he was a feminist.
You know who is a feminist?
Who? Anti-Murray.
Jannik Sinner.
Jannik Sinner is?
You know, unconfirmed, but the fact that he hasn't
Mhm.
said he's not matters.
And
right.
what will Tsitsipas do? Yeah, it's a good serve, but Sinner gets it back into play, but Tsitsipas hits his great +1 forehand cross court, pretty short angle, and he takes the match after. They don't actually count the time here on the scoreboard, but yeah, it's 4 hours. It's 4 hours exact. Yeah, on the dot. Fantastic. Now, what do we do? Do we just? I mean, we wrap it up, but how do we wrap it up?
I think we say, "Wow, what a match!"
Match that was fantastic.
Tried his
Yes,
best, and he did get up from 2 sets down. Unfortunately, it was not good enough, and Tsitsipas will play.
Źlecheczka.
Yeah, in the next in the quarterfinal on Monday night. Monday night? Yeah.
For you, it's Monday night.
For me, Monday night for me.
It's Tuesday. Yeah, basically Tuesday for most people. In some extreme time zones, you might see it on Monday night. I don't know if you can see it on Wednesday. In some other extreme time zones, probably not. Very fine effort from the Italian to get it back to set all, but Tsitsipas started regaining his energy from the opening set and somehow eventually claimed that. I'm hearing some noise, ambient noise
John's back.
but I think it's John. Yeah.
It is. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Yep.
Good. All right, listen, guys, by the way, it was much better than you think. Even if you were both sleepy and almost in a coma, I thought it was very entertaining. So thanks for your work today. And I'll say to everybody else, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. And we'll be speaking to you all very, very soon. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.